اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité.
This is the list for the first panel.
OK. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des
representatives of member states and representatives of NHRIs and social services, members of the Secretariat, distinguished delegates, good morning to all of you. The Commission is resuming its deliberations. Executive Secretary, I'll give the floor to read out to us the program of the day. Thank you.
Today on the screen. Today we will have 3 consecutive panels. The first is the panel on the protocol on the rights of older persons and persons living with disabilities. And this will be followed by a panel on extrajudicial killings in the context of the fight against terrorism in Africa. We will have these 2 panels before the first tea break. And this will be followed after the tea break by a panel on the study on prisons and the launch of the newsletter on policing and human rights. Thereafter, we will break for lunch, and after lunch, we will have a continuation of statements on the human rights situation in Africa. And by 3:30 p.m., the African Commission would retreat into a closed session to consider resolutions for the 85th ordinary session. So the open session will be up until 3:30, and thereafter the Commission would retreat into a closed session. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies.
Merci, STC. J'ouvre à présent le point 6 de notre programme qui porte sur la...
Item 6, regarding the presentation of the panels. The first panel concerns the protocols pertaining to the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. After the entry into force, that is to grasp the lessons that have been learned and also come up with future perspectives for the better future of rights, the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. I kindly invite Commissioner Abomu as well as the speakers on the panel. Thank you. We have been mandated to moderate this panel. I have been mandated. We have 1 hour to do so, Excellencies. While the panelists are getting ready to take their seats, Mr. Bekwe and Mr. Kamala, Mr. Lydia, are all requested, please, to occupy their seats. As stated by the chair, this panel is entitled the protocols on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities in Africa 1 year after their entry into force. An explanation. You will recall that 1 year ago there was a panel on the celebration of the entry into this force of these protocols. So as you know, we decided not to just have legal instruments that are not implemented. So the chairperson of this working group decided to give a presentation after the entry into force of these 2 protocols. This is why this brainstorming is being conducted together with the stakeholders as well as the member states and the civil society organizations. So without any further ado, I'm going to read out. First of all, I'll invite the chairperson of the African Commission to make the opening statement. Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, the context, the facts of the context have already been mentioned. It's a panel proposed to us by the working group on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. The particularly is that it's a proposal to discuss two important legal instruments, the protocol on the rights of older persons and the protocol on persons with disabilities, adopted a year ago under the enlightened conduct chairmanship of Commissioner Abomo. And then after that, we decided to discuss the issue and then take stock of what has taken place and come up with prospects. So that's the purpose of this panel. We invited experts on the issue who will outline the problems pertaining to the implementation of these legal instruments. Try to see what is expected from the various plaintiffs and the stakeholders. So that's to say the problems that have been identified and will be discussed. I'm a member, myself, a member of this working group. So it is with delight and satisfaction that we are receiving you. So in the interest of time, I propose that to get into the gist of the matter right away. So, Mr. Chair, without any further ado, I'll invite the chairperson of the working group, Honorable Commissioner Dr. Marie-Louise Abomo, to read out her statement, preliminary statement, which will pave the way for the other interventions and the intervention of the participants. So, Honorable Commissioner, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Vincent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your kind words. My statement is long, but I'm going to just summarize it and give you the main points. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I express my gratitude to you. I proposed the theme of this panel is divided into 3 points, aspects. First of all, I would like to share with you the observation made by the working group after the entry into force, 1 year after the entry into force, and then give you an overview of the action plan of this working group regarding the implementation, and then come up with recommendations, especially when it comes to the ratification of the protocols. So what have we noticed after the entry into force of this protocol? I'll mention the commitments made by member states, who are the major bodies responsible for these rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. It's interesting to state that the protocol on the older persons, all African countries at varying degrees to regulate the situation, or at least this group of vulnerable persons, either specifically or generally, including the recognition of the need to protect them. The working group notes that 29 African countries have introduced these rights in their constitution, among them 12 state parties to the protocol. As you know, the protocol on this have 17 member states to date. About 30 countries have adopted acts on this, and up to date they have come up with action plans in order to meet this, to satisfy the needs of this. Now, all these state parties to the protocol are among these 30 countries. So it's this report, which is being finalized, it appears that all African countries have established institutions, units related to the rights of older persons, despite some difficulties here and there, and some national developments, especially with regard at the legislative level, should be outlined and mentioned. I would like to talk here about the modification process that is ongoing concerning the 206 Act in South Africa and the the draft and the bill on older persons in Kenya, which is being adopted, in the course of being adopted. As for the protocol on persons with disabilities, the protocol on that, we have noticed that 40 African countries have introduced this protocol in their constitutions. Out of these 40 countries, we have 15 countries signatories to the protocol, and there are specific laws on this particular. And all the countries have come up with plans and programs in order to satisfy the needs of this working group. Here again, all the state parties regarding the protocols of these persons appear in them. Regarding the older persons and disabilities, have ministries that deal with the rights of people with disabilities. As for the positive progress that has been made in this regard, we should congratulate Kenya for the promulgation of the law or the act on the rights of persons with disabilities, and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Same People. And this, a similar initiative has been implemented, or at least in the course of adoption throughout the continent, in order to ensure that the minimal standards that are enshrined in these protocols are respected, and proactive measures have been taken designed to guarantee that older persons and the handicapped will not be left will be taken for granted. Cote d'Ivoire has tried to overcome all obstacles to the rights of these persons and to ensure equality with them. So this this measure in Cote d'Ivoire concerns a young person with disabilities who is attended examination from the hospital because of his handicap. This being the case, what is the action plan launched by the working group? What should be done to support the countries in the implementation of their obligation stemming from their obligations under this protocol in the meantime, and also in the short term and the meantime? I'll give you an overview of the action plan of the working group. Regarding the protocol on older persons in Africa, we should note that any outline of a response should incorporate the participation of older persons in all activities designed to promote and protect their rights. I would like to insist on point because should be the main and key point with regard to the implementation of the protocol, because it is in its preamble, it highlights it, and its other articles. You will agree with me that the constant value of any democratic system of protection of rights is participation, the guarantee of collaboration in an attempt to achieve the objective sets regarding older persons and they are victims of paternalism, sophisticated paternalism, and decides for them. So it is important to always consult them and involve them. This is why in the short term, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest humbly that the first action should be the establishment of mechanisms designed to involve older persons in all activities. This means to establish, where it doesn't exist, associative structures and state structures to coordinate their involvement in the implementation of the protocol. And this is stated in the preamble of the protocol, which recommends on paragraph 4.1 regarding the strategic framework and the African Union document, which mentions the right to organize in groups and protect their interests. So, particular Article 5 of the protocol pertaining to decision making also reiterates this measure, and then after that, it's the internalization of the provisions of protocol and incorporate them in the national laws. So you will see articles on the obligations of state parties. In my view, this concerns also the fact of taking into account the budget of states by the competent administrations of activities in the favor of older persons, the budget discussions on priority, pre-budget practices from partners. So you'll agree with me if the national policies of the various states put at the heart of the rights of older persons as an important value of our societies, there is no doubt that the necessary resources will be allocated. In the meantime, regarding the middle time, we assume that there is a national framework as enshrined in the protocol, Article 18 protocol. So my proposal is to establish a monitoring unit that can be integrated into an existing body, so that committee will evaluate the achievement made and come up with necessary recommendations that are relevant when it comes to practices. So the protocol under Article 21 provides for a national mechanism for aging. As for the long-term and outlook and prospects, I propose the sharing of experiences and best practices with external partners, similar institutions, external and so on. So the preparation of their activity reports by the state and their consideration under as provided under Article 22 of the protocol, and the continuation of sensitization of the rights of older persons in order to improve the protection mechanisms as provided under Article 23. As for persons with disabilities, as what has been stated regarding the protocol on older persons, the participation is a fundamental aspect regarding persons with disability. They should be involved. If not, they should at least be the major actors regarding their rights. The relevant provisions of the article are Article 4 and Article 22, 32 regarding their participation, and the dissemination of statistics regarding the persons with disabilities, and 33 that deals with their full participation in the implementation of the protocol. And I recall here that this participation is the guarantee for the collaboration in order to achieve the objective set. So a person with disabilities have a way of expressing their rejection, especially if expressed by external forces that ignore their realities. Nothing among us, the Latin expression nihil nobilis, which means the need for participation. As for these persons with disabilities in the short term, I suggest also here regarding the implementation, the establishment of a mechanism designed to involve the unassociated all persons with disabilities, just like with all protocols, is to internalize and incorporate it into national laws. You will see that Article 4 on the general obligations of the parties relates to the situation. Here again, we will talk about also the budget, the issue concerning budgets, so that this can, for this to be implement in line with Article 32 of the protocol. As for the medium term, we have an assumption for the establishment of a national framework as stated under Article 15 of the protocol. This being the case, the proposal is to establish a monitoring, a follow-up committee on implementation in the protocol under Article 34.2 provides for the establishment of national mechanism, including an independent commission on the implementation of the rights of persons with disabilities. As for the long term, I propose also the sharing of experiences and best practices with external partners and peer institutions, as it is the case with the protocol on older persons. And I recall also that the preparation of activity reports by the states as provided under Article 34 of the protocol, and the continuation of sensitization on the rights of older persons as provided under Article 35. As for perspectives and recommendations, the working group believes that the situation outlined in the first part should continue favorably, although some challenges have stated regarding the the oversight of the rights of these people. That's why it's necessary to refer and implement immediately the strategy on the implementation of the action plan. The working group has also decided and committed to prepare guidelines for the preparation of report for the Commission on the two protocols, so as part of Article 32, and will prepare its initial report on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. In this regard, we have said that we need financing so that we can physically come together and finalize our report. Regarding the recommendations, the points below should be taken into account seriously, although they are not restrictive. Reminder of the ratification, continental ratification of the two protocols. So the working group has started its activities and will continue to do so. That is its sensitization activities. The last activity or action is the preparation of drafting of nominative letters for each of the 55 state parties to the protocol. As for those that have ratified the two protocols, and encourage those ones that have not ratified it yet, and to follow suit and emulate the others. You are aware that at the United Nations, a working group has been established to look into a convention, a universal convention on the rights of older persons. Africa is the only continent so far that has a binding convention on the older persons. So when it comes to this convention, UN convention should take into account the voice of Africa. These attention given by Africa should be integrated in that convention. So that's why we want all African member states should unite as one person and say, this is our protocol and we want it to be taken into account. That's why we expect that the member states ratify these protocols. So 37 countries are remaining. We have 25 countries that have signed, so we expect that you across this particular stage, yes. And then there is also an appeal to the consolidation of the intervention of member states and fight against the vulnerabilities of these vulnerable groups, and also to put an end to the stigmatization of vulnerable groups like older persons and persons with disabilities, and the recommitment to their rights. Under the protocol, Africa takes into account the types of stigmatization regarding older persons and persons with disabilities. I am not apprising you with anything new, that these segments of society are always accused with sorcery, witchcraft, older persons and persons with disabilities, and those are also suffering from albinism. So this stigmatization has to come to an end, and the member states should enforce these laws. So Mr. Chair is looking at me. We should align all the legal frameworks and the commitment of states on the standards regarding the protocol. So Mr. Chair, I apologize for exceeding the time allotted to me. So this is so the passion. I'm so passionate, not as an older person, but I have worked with them also, the older persons. I return the floor to the moderator, so we should give her an applause. Thank you. Yes. Yes, these conclusions show that these rights should be a reality. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you have covered within 4 minutes. You've gone beyond the 4 minutes allotted. So it's, anyway, as you know, it's your introductory remarks that will pave the floor for discussions. Now I'll give the floor to Commissioner Muendenga, who is the Vice Chairperson of this working group, for him to give in 5 minutes. If he can reduce it, that would be great, at least to give his thoughts on this particular theme. So the Vice Chairperson of the working group, you have the floor for 5 minutes. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Into force. And for starters, I think I should mention the fact that 1 year after their adoption of the African Union Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons, it came into force on the 4th November 2024, and the African Disability Protocol entered into force on the 3rd May 2024. The protocols are therefore legally in force. In this regard, therefore, there is need for work to be earnestly undertaken towards implementation, as well as encouraging ratification for those that have not ratified the protocols. The African Commission should and shall continue pushing for the ratification of the protocols until universal ratification is attained. Now, I just want briefly to talk about the key provisions and goals which are very noble in these two protocols. The first one, I've identified 5 items. The first one being protection from abuse and violence. Both protocols aim to protect older persons and persons with disabilities from various forms of abuse and violence. The second one is income security. The protocols mandate policies for adequate pensions, social security, and effective participation of older persons and persons with disabilities in society. The third one is improved healthcare access. The protocols seek to ensure better access to healthcare services, older persons and persons with disabilities. 4, social and economic inclusion. The protocols promote dignity, autonomy, and full and effective participation of older persons and persons with disabilities in society. And lastly, social protection measures. The protocols provide a framework for special measures of protection to address the physical and moral needs of older persons and people with disabilities. Next steps, some of them, the chair of the working group has mentioned them, but I think I should mention it for emphasis sake. As the African Commission, our cry call is that there has to be universal ratification of these two important protocols. Then this should also be followed by domestication. States must implement the protocols through national legislation, administrative measures, and policies. And there also has to be capacity building. Capacity should be built for strengthening and inclusion of women and girls with disabilities so that they can also benefit from these very important protocols. And lastly, monitoring. The African Commission is interested in ensuring that there is a periodic reporting by states, and in this regard, it will be necessary that at a certain point in time, it may be necessary that guidelines be prepared on which they are going to provide for state reporting guidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, as I end my reflections on these important protocols and the topic at hand, let me emphasize the fact that the two protocols are well meant for older persons and persons with disabilities. And therefore, as the African Commission, we are calling upon all the stakeholders to support these protocols and to ensure that they are ratified and domesticated so that our vulnerable persons in the form of older persons as well as persons with disabilities can reap the benefits of these protocols, because those protocols are really meant for our vulnerable people in those two categories. I hope I've dealt with the issues of my reflections within the time allocated to me. Thank you, moderator.
On peut acclamer le vice-président du
of the working group a round of applause and for staying within the time limit. So, having been working with the chair of the working group for all this period and having participated in activities, you have the right word in terms of your preliminary comments, and that is as to the meaning of the protocol to the groups concerned. We shall now all turn our attention to the panel. And the working group, I must inform you, is made up of a panel of three, the chair, and then the vice chair, and then expert, and then 5 experts based on their experience. So each region of Africa has an expert working the zone. Today we have a win-win partnership with partner organizations. So we have Madam Rigby, who works with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, and she's an expert for East Africa, and she would share her perspective on the theme with Mr. Kabala, who is the member of the Human Rights Commission of Malawi and who is an expert for the Southern African region. And the two of you, I must state, you would have 7 minutes to share your reflections on today's theme. I don't know how you want to start, but I give you the latitude to decide who will start. Is it Madam Ruby who will start? Okay, Mr. Kabala, you have the floor for 5 minutes. I shall be straight. And you are starting at 39, and at 9:44, I will stop you. Thank you.
And esteemed participants, it is a privilege to offer reflections on the African Charter on human people's rights, on the rights of other persons in Africa, 1 year after its entry into force. This milestone is more than a legal achievement. It is a moral and political commitment to ensure that other persons across our continent live with dignity, protection, and inclusion. The ratification by 15 member states signals growing recognition of aging as a rights issue and reflects the tireless advocacy of other persons, networks, and regional champions. We celebrate the protocol's entry into force as a continental turning point. It provides a binding framework for governments to act on long-term care, social protection, health sciences, and participation. It also strengthens the legitimacy of other persons' voice in policy spaces. on lessons learned, the ratification is only the beginning. The real test lies in domestication, translating the treaty language into national laws, budgets, and programs. We have seen that where civil society is engaged and where governments embrace inclusive governance, progress accelerates. Peer learning among states has also emerged as a powerful tool, sharing what works and adapting strategies to practice. Most importantly, this protocol invites us to confront intersectionality. Aging does not occur in isolation. Older women with disabilities, older persons in humanitarian settings, and those aging with disabilities face compounded vulnerabilities. Our implementation strategies must reflect this complexity. Looking ahead, we must now focus on implementation roadmaps, data systems that disaggregate by age and disability, and accountability mechanisms that ensure commitments are not just symbolic. The protocol gives us the legal door. Our task is to walk through it with agency, inclusion, and resolve. Let us continue to center older persons not only as beneficiaries, but as agents of change. Their lived experiences must shape our policies, and their leadership must guide our collective action. Thank you.
C'est moi qui vous remercie. Vous nous avez fait.
I rather have to thank you. You've saved us 1 minute. So without much ado, I shall give the floor to Madame Ruby, who would discuss the protocol on persons with disability. Madame Ruby, you have 5 minutes as well. So 9:48, I would have to stop you. Thank you.
A slight correction. I'm a former commissioner at the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, and I'm an expert member of the working group. Distinguished commissioners, colleagues, and partners, it's a privilege to address this panel today on the African Protocol on Disability. Let me start by saying that it's time for the Commission to become accessible to African leaders with disabilities. As you can see, the stage is not accessible. We're not mere spectators, but we are also agents of human rights and leaders. So it's time the Commission starts walking the talk. Thank you so much. So I'll start by the positive developments. The intro force of the African Disability Protocol in May 2024 is a landmark achievement. To date, 17 AU member states have ratified the protocol, and we also celebrate NHRIs and organizations of persons with disabilities in pushing the ratification and implementation of the protocol. I'll go to the challenge quickly. Limited ratification, of course. Only 17 of 55 AU member states have ratified the ADP. Many countries, including Ethiopia, have not yet taken this critical step. Low awareness of the protocol. The protocol remains unfamiliar to many policymakers, OPDs, and even NHRIs. Implementation gaps for ratifying states, translating commitments into action. Data deficits, lack of disaggregated data on persons with disabilities, and limited resource has already been mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner. I'll quickly go to the recommendations. So accelerate ratification. Member states must be urged to ratify the ADP. NHRIs and OPDs must lead targeted advocacy campaigns, leveraging regional platforms and peer learning. Strengthening implementation. Ratifying states should align national laws with the ADP. Develop disability-specific indicators and include OPDs in monitoring processes as per Article 34 of the protocol. The third one is enhancing awareness. The African Commission and Working Group should support continental-wide awareness efforts, including simplified guides, media campaigns, and training for duty bearers and rights holders. The fourth one is promoting NHRI-OPD collaboration. And the last one is documenting and sharing best practices. Thank you, Bruno. I'll stop here.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, expert, and thank you very much. You've saved us 2 minutes. Now, sorry for the lapse. I forgot that you had left. You were no longer a commissioner at the National Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. I thank you for your perspective. What you've said on accessibility to the work of the Commission is a reality. The Commission, upon the entry into force of the protocol, adopted a resolution which enjoins it to ensure that its work is accessible. That's why efforts have been made, especially when we have the means to ensure that sign language, etc., is provided, interpretation is provided. As you are, the situation the situation, you see, it is at its age. But thank you for raising this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage of the panel, I shall invite the Republic of Uganda, represented by Mr. Musa Mudoi, and he is the principal advisor on human rights and governance and security reforms. I believe that it would be good to give the floor to those who have the duty to implement the provisions of the two texts. That's why we decided to choose Uganda. It's the latest state, according to the Office of the Legal Counsel, to ratify and to deposit its instrument of ratification on older persons. Also in 2023, Uganda ratified the protocol on the rights of persons with disability. And so it has, some states have 100% in terms of ratification. So we have to give them a round of applause. And then we hope that he would make a statement that would encourage other countries to ensure continental ratification. Mr. Modoy, with your kind permission, you have the floor for 10 minutes. I thank you very much.
Gratitude as Uganda to the chairperson for yet granting us an opportunity to share Uganda's perspectives and experiences. And thank you for the generosity on time, because I was struggling to contextualize the insights I have to share within 4 minutes. Honorable Chair, I would like to ride on the protocol that's existing, and I would like to state Uganda's unique position that implementation of the two protocols actually precedes the passing of the protocols. Uganda is in a unique situation that from 1995, and it's now 30 years, it has had legal frameworks on ensuring and protecting rights of persons with disability and also older persons. So for us, it's a journey of 30 years, and I would like to invite the Commission to use Uganda as a demonstration case that would enable the other member states to ratify the protocols. So as alluded to, we've ratified both instruments and these have been deposited. But in addition, for the record, I would like to state that Uganda has ratified the Social Protection Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and this was deposited last month. Honorable Chairpersons, the developments in Uganda, as I noted, are rooted in the Constitution of Uganda. Under the national objectives and principles of state policy, the Constitution is very instructive on the government ensuring protection and rights of older persons. Under Article 21 of the Constitution, the protection for inclusion and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities are explicit, and this is the foundation where all the cascading legal frameworks, strategic plans, action plans have been rooted. So for 30 years, we've been putting into effect this grand foundation. And as a matter of outline, I'll just run through a few legislation that we've put in place. We have the Equal Opportunities Commission Act that has not only a promotional mandate, but also has a tribunal to ensure that rights of persons with disabilities and older persons are not compromised. the Commission also vets national budgets from all government institutions to ensure adequate budgeting. Along the way, I argue the point that frameworks without resources are mere advisory, and that call can be rehearsed and you don't have impact. The chairperson to the working group alluded to some of the highlights, like having mechanisms for older persons and persons with disabilities. So what Uganda has done, beyond having the legal frameworks and very specialized acts, we have a specific act for persons with disabilities since 2006. We have one for older persons since 2013, and these established councils that are intended to focus on issues of older persons. And they've cascaded up to the local government level. The idea is that at all levels of society, there should be spaces for conversation, for participation, and very focused discussion of issues of the special interest groups. One of the recent developments has been the recognition that it's important to also reduce the silos. While it's imperative to have specialized mechanisms, but there has to be a point of convergence. So the independent secretariats of the different councils have been dissolved and reconstituted as one secretariat for special interest groups. And this is intended to streamline budgeting, monitoring, and oversight. So since 2015, Uganda has a national action plan to mainstream rights of older persons. This lapsed, and now we have a national social protection strategy that looks at both persons with disabilities and also the older persons. And what these frameworks have helped us to do is to ensure that we move away from the broad generalized statements in law and policy and cascade into actionable, measurable, and very tangible interventions that we can track institutions. And as a country, one of the things we've taken pride in is that beyond legal rights, we've gone into the sphere of economic empowerment and having ring-fenced welfare, development, and capacitation budgets. I would like to share a few programs that we are running that are targeting these special interest groups. For instance, we have what we call the Special Enterprise Grant for Empowerment that targets older persons. And these are grants, they are not loans. So older persons between the age of 60 and 79 come together in groups of 5 and they are afforded credit to start businesses or continue ventures, and in a way get out of not just poverty, but build self-resilience in one or the other. And annually, the government allocates about 5 billion. Currently, one of the lead programs for economic development and emancipation at grassroots level is the parish development model, where of the over 70,000 parishes in the country, each parish receives 100 million per year. Now, persons with disabilities have a ring-fenced 10%. Older persons also have a ring-fenced 10% in that yet other mechanism. And the intention is to make sure that beyond the rights articulations, there is a real tangible provision for purposes of development, for purposes of resilience development and social protection. We have also run what we call a social assistance grants for empowerment program since 2010. It's been piloted in a few districts and has continuously grown. And on a monthly basis, older persons above the age of 80 years are entitled to receive the equivalent of $28 as an allocation to them for their benefit. Let me run down this first. And now the recent development is that recognizing the refugee population that Uganda has, Uganda is the home to the biggest population of refugees in Africa. So the government has extended an elders grant of a similar amount to older people in the refugee settlements. We have similar imprints with persons with disabilities in terms of a national special grant, a ring-fenced resource under the parish development model, and these are available from grassroots upwards. One of the issues that has enabled us to get there is that we don't plan for special interests without them. So right from the village level at the grassroots up to the national legislature, there are ring-fenced positions for persons with disabilities, for older persons, and it is through this that it's been possible to almost implement beforehand the provisions of the two protocols. I'd like to conclude with a few lessons that could help us. One, domestication of protocols into policy and legal instruments, as alluded to, is just a first step. It has to be followed by institutionalization, have mechanisms, and matched with budget. Affirmative action is critical. Age benefit advantages are imperative across the entire budgeting system. And beyond focusing on just the ring-fenced special interest group, what the country has done is to also look at the broader ecosystem, because beyond the support that is provided, these people they regress back in society. So there must be safeguards, there must be protections for them as well. And the enforcement of gender and equity budgeting, making it mandatory for all government institutions at central and local government to budget for persons with disabilities and also for older persons. And this is monitored, tracked, and assessed on an annual basis. So, Honorable Chair, members, I would like to invite the Commission to leverage the example of Uganda as a test case that has almost run through all the imperatives of the protocol, and it's for the national benefit of our respective countries. I'd like to thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Modoy.
Mr. Modoy, you kept to the time, and we give you a round of applause, sharing the experience of Ghana and calling on the other states to emulate you. I hope that appeal will be heard. Now, on to the organizations of civil society organizations. I'd like to invite Dr. Lydia Shibwe, who's from the Human Rights Center of the University of Pretoria, especially the Women's Rights Unit, and she's in charge of the project there. She was going to be intervene on the issue of the rights of older persons, specifically on the issue of older women. Dr. Lydia, you have 5 minutes. So at 10:04, I'll be obliged to deprive you of the microphone.
Chairperson, distinguished commissioners and colleagues, for allowing me to contribute to this important discussion. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. The Center has been deeply engaged in advancing the rights and dignity of older persons in Africa, particularly in the context of the Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons in Africa, which entered into force in November 2024. In sharing these experiences, my presentation will focus on 5 key areas. The first one being civil society's engagement with Older Persons Protocol, the Center's work and contributions, shared experiences from other organizations, and also key challenges and lessons that we have learned as we do the work. And I'll conclude by offering a few recommendations. Now, going back to the first key area that I want to talk about, which is civil society engagement with Older Persons Protocol. The entry into force of this protocol marked a significant milestone for the African human rights system. For the first time, older persons are protected through a legally binding regional instrument that affirms their rights to equality, autonomy, social protection, and participation. As a civil society organization, The Center has contributed to advocacy for the ratification, domestication, and popularization of the protocol. We have worked with the African Commission's Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and Persons with Disabilities, and with national stakeholders to raise awareness of the protocol's provisions and to strengthen understanding of state obligations. Our research and engagements across the continent reveal that while there's been commendable progress in ratification, implementation remains limited. Many states lack comprehensive national aging laws, policies, and budgets dedicated to older persons. As a result, their rights are often treated as a matter of charity rather than of justice and equality. Now I'll move on to discuss where the work began for the center. Our current work draws on earlier experience under 22 of the protocol, which calls for the women. The article laid the foundation for recognizing the intersection between gender and aging. The Older Persons Protocol now expands this protection to all older persons, both women and men, ensuring that aging with dignity is recognized as a universal right. In this sense, the two instruments are complementary. The Maputo Protocol established the principle, and the Older Persons Protocol provides the practical framework for ensuring protection and accountability. And then I'll briefly look at the shared experience from other civil society organizations who work on older persons. I'll only mention two organizations because of time. HelpAge International continues to advocate for accessible healthcare, social protection, highlighting the need for age-responsive systems. NEPO, which is the Malawi Network for Older Persons organization, documents cases of violence against older persons, particularly women accused of witchcraft, demonstrating the urgence of national protection mechanisms. So these partnerships demonstrate the collective strength of civil society in bridging the gap between law and lived realities. So from our collective experience as civil society organization, we identified challenges. And these challenges include: one, awareness and domestication of the protocol remain limited. Reliable age disaggregated data is lacking. Cultural stigma and limited resources continue to undermine implementation. And lastly, coordination between ministries, national institutions, and communities is still weak. Nonetheless, civil society continues to play a very important role in advocacy, documentation, and capacity building at all levels. As a way to conclude, allow me to propose a few recommendations for stronger collaborations between governments, the African Commission, and civil society organizations. One, there is need to continue and sustain advocacy to ensure ratification of the protocol of older persons. Two, the domestication of the protocol through legislation and policy reform. There is need to invest in awareness raising and training for policymakers and service providers. There is need to develop mechanisms, data collection and monitoring to track progress. There is also need to promote regional peer learning.
Dr Lydia, je suis obligé de vous couper parce que vous êtes en train de dépasser largement le temps. Votre mot de fin, s'il vous plaît.
Okay. There is need to promote regional peer learning through the exchange of good practice and experience. And lastly, there is need to develop guidelines for states on reporting to the African Commission on measures taken under the Older Persons Protocol. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, on peut l'acclamer. On voit la passion de la société civile sur les thématiques qui les concernent. On parle immédiatement.
On to Mr. Komivi, who is a living experience of disability. He is visually impaired and is a member of the Africa Disability Forum, and he takes the floor to to deal with the protocol on the rights of people with disabilities. Mr. Komevi, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First, I would like to, on behalf of the organization of people with disabilities, I'd like to express congratulations to the new chairperson, honorable chairperson. I'd like to commend the accord of the observer status granted to Africa Disability Forum. This is a sign of recognition of the work that has been done by this organization that represents people with disabilities on the continent for the promotion and the protection of the rights of people with disabilities. We have just started a new journey, so we are like the two wings of a bird. When the chairperson is the persons with disabilities fly with you. So thank you very much, honorable chairperson. The African Protocol on Persons with Disabilities adopted in 2018 does not create new rights for people with disabilities. It's just to contextualize the existing rights for men and women in the other instruments, taking into account social, economic, and political realities in Africa, but also taking into account the specificities of close to 90 million citizens on the continent who are who have disabilities. This means that the African Union Commission wants to ensure that no citizen is left behind. Persons with disabilities, through their representative organization, reaffirm their commitment to continue this work, to play their role of political advocacy, of raising awareness, of mobilizing all stakeholders at the regional level, and on ensuring monitoring and evaluation of these protocols as a watchdog to the implementation of at all levels and the building of capacities of their members. As an Italian author, Campanella, says, the highest level of slavery for man is ignorance, and this ignorance has to be combated. But there are also challenges in terms of financial resources, capacity building of organizations to incorporate existing mechanisms in Africa, challenges also as regards the low political recognition of people with disabilities in various African states. But together we can achieve, and we like to commend the work that has been done by non-state stakeholders and state stakeholders, technical and financial partners, civil society organizations, to support us in this work. And by way of recommendations, I would like to revisit a very important element, which is blindness. The Commission should ensure that all documentation should be made in accessible format, in very big, bold characters, in braille, to ensure that all sections, not only of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, but the Commission on Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, all other sections of the African Union should be made accessible, especially with the sign language. It is true that it was said that the premises used exist, and we have to adapt, but today we have the alternate format of accessibility, such as ramps that do not cost a lot, that we can build on existing infrastructure to make it easy access for people with disabilities. The involvement of people with disabilities in the sections of African Union, all the commissions, I would have loved and even encouraged that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights should be our door to open the other doors for us, so that when all the commissions are meeting, a panel should be organized such as this one to strengthen knowledge on the people with disabilities and other persons to incite states for a ratification and a massive implementation of the protocol on people with disabilities and older persons. Finally, I'd like to thank the Honorable Chairperson of the Working Group on People with Disabilities and other persons that have always supported us and have taken part by the lateral dialogue in this 85th session, was always supported the points of view that we defend. I would like to encourage members of the Commission, all the honorable commissioners of the working group to collaborate with the ADF so that we could have impact the existing mechanisms, and taking into account the concerns of people with disabilities, so that we can have an Africa that thinks about all their children regardless of their capacities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Komovi. You heard him in the speech of an honorable chairperson. Nothing for us without us. That's what we've just said. You respect the law that you set. If the Commission advocates for inclusion and accessibility, it has to start with itself. So these are reminders that are important. I think the honorable commissioners here have taken note. We'd like to thank you at this juncture. We have to move on to the interactive dialogue. We've lost a few minutes, but the chairperson of the Commission will deal with this theme. Honorable Chairperson, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Bruno. It's on these very relevant recommendations that we are going to bring these interventions to a close. To start with the interactive part of this panel, I'd like to thank all the speakers and congratulate them. Are there member states that would like to take the floor in this panel, would like to be part of this panel? I can see Angola. You have the floor, Angola, for your observations and statements.
Thank you for the floor, Chairperson, Commissioner Idrissa Sow, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, representatives of AU member states, representatives of civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to express our gratitude to Commissioner Maria Louise Abom, the rapporteur that is accompanying Angola, for the excellent report presented in this session. Her work has been contributing greatly for the strengthening of democratic and law institutions and for the consolidation of social justice. During her visit to the Republic of Angola in September 2024, her action was very clear, which was marked by impartiality and professionalism. We would like to reiterate our gratitude for the valuable contributions and for the constructive dialogue that she maintains with the Angolan authorities, civil society, and national institutions. Angola has already ratified both legal instruments, and we've got plans such as plan for inclusion and support for people with disability that was approved, and the new law 217/23 and the law on elderly person that was also recently approved by the Parliament. And we have the National Strategic Plan for policy implementation, policies on elderly people, that was approved, that a new decree, and the National Plan for the Support and Protection of People with non-transmissible diseases, that was also approved by the Parliament. And all these come in addition to the initiative by the Commissioner in appealing for other member states to ratify the instruments that are required. We reiterate our support to her during her mandate, and we pledge to continue assisting in the promotion and protection of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Time is against us. Give the floor right away to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, you have the floor, please.
Taking the floor, we extend our congratulations to you on your election as chairperson. Ethiopian delegation would like to thank the distinguished panelists for their informative presentation and would like to share updates on ongoing efforts to advance on the promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities and the rights of older persons in light of both instruments. Regarding the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of persons with disabilities, efforts are in progress to accelerate the ratification process. At this stage, the draft ratification proclamation has been submitted to and is currently awaiting approval from the Council of Ministers. Moreover, the relevant national authority has conducted a final consultation and validation of a draft policy for persons with disabilities to promote greater inclusivity. The policy aims to address the diverse needs of persons with disabilities by ensuring access to equal opportunities in education, skills training, employment, comprehensive rehabilitation service, as well as full participation in family, community, and in every sphere of life. Additionally, a comprehensive national law is currently in draft form, designed to guarantee the full enjoyment of all rights of persons with disability in alignment with other relevant legal frameworks. Honorable Chairperson, Ethiopia ratified the protocols on the rights of older persons in Africa in 2020. Since then, several initiatives have been launched to promote the realization of these rights. The protocol has been translated into Amharic and distributed to federal and regional institutions, as well as other stakeholders, improving accessibility within a short time. Furthermore, training sessions have been provided to executive bodies at both federal and regional levels to familiarize them with the provisions of the protocol. The government has also prepared a draft national action plan along with standard operating procedures for institutions that provide care and support for older persons, and a directive to regulate networks on civil society organizations working in this area. The action plan and the operational procedures clearly define the roles of relevant federal and regional stakeholders and outline the standards for effective coordination and integration. Moreover, the relevant national authority has developed an inclusive assessment tool to help institutions evaluate and enhance the level of inclusions of disability and aging issues within their respective programs and operations. I thank you.
Je vous remercie.
I'd like to thank you. I'd like to give the floor now to South Africa. South Africa, the floor is yours.
To update this Commission on South Africa's activities on the topics. South Africa, as a state party to the Protocol on the Rights of People with Disabilities in Africa, is committed to fully implementing it by incorporating the protocol into its domestic laws. The South African Constitution enshrines the rights to equality. Our Constitution prohibits any form of discrimination based on grounds of disability. South Africa's approach towards social development services for persons with disabilities is pursued through realization of their dignity, in line with the principles outlined in the protocol. These services are integrated into government plans, strategies, and equitable budgeting. In South Africa, by law, employers have to ensure that at least 2% of their workforce comprises of persons with disabilities. In 2023, South Africa recognized sign language as an official language. Though progress is made by our government, we still need to do more to ensure persons with disabilities enjoy equal rights. My delegation in this regard is of the view that it is crucial for state parties to the protocol to create quality of life indicators that aligns with both the Human Development Index and the Inequality Index, specifically for persons with disabilities. Additionally, it is vital to ensure that these services help reduce poverty and deliver care and support services to persons with disability. Chairperson, concerning the rights of older persons, while South Africa is not a party to the protocol on older persons, the laws in South Africa safeguard the rights of senior citizens. The Constitution of South Africa protects the rights of older persons through its Bill of Rights, which include right to equality and dignity, and by prohibiting unfair age discrimination. The Older Persons Act 13 of 2006 is a legal framework document for the empowerment and protection of older persons. Through the South African Social Security Agency, older persons enjoy social grants as they contribute to improved quality of life and physical health and a sense of purpose. Other benefits include the residential care, where older persons may qualify for a subsidy to help with the cost of living in a residential facility. And some retailers offers discounts to pensioners. South Africa commemorates Older Persons Week every year to honor and pay tribute to seniors and raise awareness on issues that impact them. South Africa is also concerned, Chairperson, with the abuse of older persons, which can be physical, emotional, sexual, and financial. Abuse of older persons should have no place in our society. It is against this background that we urge this Commission to engage in this matter with the main aim of addressing specifically human rights violation of elder persons, especially elderly women. Collective effort through various campaigns can create awareness and reduce the number of abuse cases against elderly persons. I thank you, Chairperson.
Je remercie la déléguée de l'Afrique du Sud.
Delegate from South Africa, Commissioner Dreso, you have the floor, please.
Commissioner, I would like to express félicitations la Présidente and the members of the working group. The reason why I wanted to intervene is basically to underscore the importance of the work of this working group. The work of this working group is about older persons and persons with disabilities. But it is also about all of us. It's also about all of us because the work of this working group and those other thematic areas of focus of this Commission that seek to address questions of equality and non-discrimination are essentially about the kind of society that we would like to live in. A society where every human being, irrespective of their conditions, as promised in Article 2 of the African Charter, would live a life of dignity, respect, and equality. And therefore, we all need to feel interested in and concerned about the conditions of treatment of older persons and persons with disabilities. And I also wish to commend the chair and the working group for the modality that they have put together in having this panel, in bringing out practical experiences from member states in particular as well. And of course, finally, Chair, the work of this working group is also about all of us, because whether we like it or not, all of us will age. When I arrived in this commission, I didn't have gray hairs here, as you can see now. I have full of gray hairs, not as much as this gentleman next to me, whose hair has completely gone gray. But on a serious note, each of us will eventually age, and unless and otherwise, we actually campaign for and support the work of this working group and persons with disabilities and older persons who are championing this work, we wouldn't be able to actually get the conditions that are necessary for us when we get to that point. And we have also to be mindful of the fact that any of us at any point in time can become persons with disabilities as well, anytime. And any of our loved ones can become persons with disabilities. And therefore, the need for us to support and champion and be in solidarity with persons with disabilities and older persons. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Commissaire.
Thank you, Commissioner Besio. We have two requests for the floor. I'd like to request the speakers to help us to catch up the last time. We're lagging behind. Now I'd like to invite the esteemed delegate of Eswatini to take the floor.
The Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to express its sincere support that it will always give you as chair of this honorable house. And we are very much happy the way you are conducting the program of the day since the beginning of this session. Honorable Chair and honorable commissioners and fellow African patriots, the Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to join the list of those countries that respectfully wish and commends the work of this working committee. It's highly commendable, and we will always give support to its activities. Having said that, Honorable Chair, we equally wish to join the list of those countries that have set national programs that support vulnerable groups such as the old people and people living with disabilities. And indeed, the Kingdom of Eswatini has similar, if not same, programs. For on a monthly basis, there are social grants that are given to our elderly people just to take care of their immediate basic needs. Similarly, to people living with disabilities, they also get monthly social grants just to take care of them. Going on the list of support that the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mswati III, Parliament has enacted a law which is, I think, over 5 years from now. Elderly people receive free medical attention in all government hospitals. And the same applies to people living with disabilities. We therefore wish to echo the good work that the Commission is pushing that mission of, just like Dr. Ayele has just alluded to that. It's very important to look after our elders and people living with disabilities. In Eswatini, we do not only just accord respect to elders, we revere them a lot. We therefore wish to join the crusade that preaches the taking very good care of people living with disabilities, including families that are child-headed. As I speak now, the Kingdom of Eswatini has a program where child-headed families, vulnerable elderly persons, and people living with disabilities they have houses. The Deputy Prime Minister's Office, which is responsible for the social welfare, is on a daily basis giving houses to these vulnerable groups, which I have just mentioned. We therefore, we believe it is through the work of this commission, as well as the working group that is there. We thank you very much. I thank you for your attention.
Merci, Excellent.
Mark for Peace, you have the floor. Iman Mohammed. Are they in the hall? I can see them. So this statement, declaration from Eswatini will bring the interactive part to a close. I'd like to return to the floor to Commissioner Aboma for her concluding remarks before I invite the members of the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me back the floor. I, however, apologize for exceeding the time allotted to me. I would like to recall something that has already been stated by Commissioner Derso. Yes. Yeah. Aging is a grace, but to age properly is that of everybody. When we talk about disabilities, we are not talking about other people. We are also concerned with it and about it with disabilities. So when we deal with this issue, we have to look at ourselves and not to just think or believe that it concerns the other person. I would like to thank the states, member states that have decided to ratify this protocol. In fact, this protocol, I invite the other countries to also ratify it. We want the Africa that we want that does not leave anybody aside or behind. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, and I thank all the other speakers. I thank Mr. Bruno. Yes, I think there are many elements of advocacy in order to ensure the ratification of the protocol. So we have come to arrive at this. We have arrived at the end of this protocol. I invite the other, yes, the speakers of the next panel on extrajudicial killings. You are kindly invited to come move. Thank you. We'll continue on item 6, and that is on extrajudicial killings in the context of the fight against terrorism. I now invite Mr. Alan Gary, the Director of Advocacy at Human Rights Watch, Mr. Susan Diallo, and our Balde. You are kindly requested to come to the high table or the podium. Yes, we have 1 hour for this panel, but we will make the effort to catch up the time that has elapsed because we are lagging behind. So please make an introduction so as to set the pace before I do that, before giving the floor to the speakers. We will discuss the links that can exist between extrajudicial killings in the context of the fight against terrorism in Africa. As you are aware, the Commission is quite concerned and gives great interest to the protection of the right to life guaranteed under Article 4 of the Charter. So we believe that it is important that we consider the situation to the right to life and keep the context in the fight of the fight against terrorism. Today, insecurity is rampant because of violent extremism, and the states have the right, the responsibility to protect the civilians. As part of this responsibility, it has been noticed in many countries serious abuses that range from forced disappearances, forms of torture, and may affect even the civilian population. So the rights guaranteed under the Charter, as we have stated, under the principles and guidelines proclaimed in 2015, are cannot be derogated. So whatever situation prevails, the states have the responsibility to safeguard these rights. We are not naive enough to believe that the protection of the life of civils to ensure that it is guaranteed, we have also the obligation to recall the obligation of states to respect the right of civilians to life, generally speaking, when they are confronted with this situation of the fight against terrorism. So the objective aimed at through this panel is to highlight the trends and studies on cases of extrajudicial killings related to the fight against terrorism, and also consider the legal implications with regard to human rights and under international law and the African Charter, and discuss also the role of regional and international mechanism in their treatment of these violations. So we should identify strategies that can help us to ensure accountability in case of abuses. So before we get into the gist of the theme, we should define the concepts. If the concepts are properly defined, then we understand each other easily. What we understand by extrajudicial killings is to deliberately kill people, especially by the state actors and forces. So these are serious violations of the right to life under Article 4 and also Article 7 under the Charter that can lead to the right of other processes. So generally, there is no execution should be done without a trial. So the purpose of this panel is to establish a link between the need to safeguard life, protect life in the context of the fight against terrorism, and the obligation to also preserve and safeguard the rights of the civilians. So this, having said set the pace, I'll now give the floor to the various speakers for them to give us their own perspective regarding this particular issue. Mr. Ngari, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For the opportunity to speak on this panel on this critical and urgent issue. Today, I will share some findings from recent investigations alongside the work of allied organizations on extrajudicial killings in the context of counterterrorism operations in some African countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and in Mozambique. And I just want to be clear from the beginning that we are in no way condoning the inhumane criminal nature and acts of violent extremist groups. But what, and just reiterating what the chairperson has said, we are concerned on the responses faced by the ever-present threat of terrorism. Our concern is the counterterrorism operations in this continent must be compliant with international human rights law and specifically obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other African normative frameworks regulating counterterrorism. Across the African region, counterterrorism has too often become a pretext for systemic human rights violations. These are not isolated excesses. They reveal deep governance outside the law without transparency and without accountability, devastating human cost. Across the Sahel and northern Mozambique, Human Rights Watch has documented strikingly similar trends. I will speak to 4 of them. First, the targeting of civilians, often based on ethnic profiling, especially of Fulani communities accused of supporting armed groups. Second, the use of collective punishment, where entire villages are attacked following insurgent incidents. Third, a culture of impunity, as security forces operate with near total impunity or immunity from prosecution. And finally, a shrinking civic space, where those who document and speak out, activists, journalists, and victims often face intimidation, harassment, and violence. These patterns are not only morally reprehensible and indefensible, they are legally untenable and under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and international law. They directly violate, specifically, and as the chairperson has said, Article guarantees the right to life, and Article 5, which prohibits torture and cruel treatment. They also contradict the African Commission's principles and guidelines on human and people's rights while countering terrorism in Africa, which requires states to ensure that all counterterrorism measures are lawful, that they are proportionate, and that they are accountable. The same principles are affirmed in the AU Common African Position on Counterterrorism and Violent Extremism of 2022 and the OAU Convention on the Prevention and Combating of Terrorism, both of which place civilian protection and the rule of law at the center of security policy. Yet across the continent, these norms are being eroded by a pattern of state-sanctioned violence. And I will get into some specific country examples where Human Rights Watch has conducted research. And I'll start with Mali, where in 2025, July, our report, Mali Army, Wagner Disappear, Execute Fulani Civilians, documents that since January 2025, Malian forces and the Russian-backed Wagner Group have executed and forcibly disappeared dozens of Fulani men during counterinsurgency operations in Kayes and Segu regions. Witnesses have described soldiers rounding up men from their homes and markets, beating them, loading them onto trucks, and taking them to military camps, never to be seen again. These abuses follow patterns of the Mura massacre of March 2022, when over 500 civilians, mostly Fulani, were summarily executed by Malian soldiers and Wagner mercenaries, as documented by Human Rights Watch and the United Nations. To date, there has been no credible investigations that have been conducted. Instead, the government has restricted access to Mura and threatened survivors and journalists. In Burkina Faso, in our April 2024 report, Burkina Faso Army massacres 223 villages. It documents the execution of at least 223 civilians, including 56 children, the villages of Nonda and Soro in Yatenga province. A more recent May 2025 report from Human Rights Watch details the killing of 130 Fulani civilians during Operation Green Whirlwind II. In both incidences, Burkinabe forces and allied volunteers for the defense of the homeland militias targeted villages accused of harboring jihadists. Eyewitnesses described soldiers rounding up men and boys, shooting them at close range and setting their homes ablaze. This cycle of ethnically profiled collective punishment only deepens community divisions and fuels recruitment into armed groups. In Nigeria as well, in ongoing through 2024 and 2025, the military's counterinsurgency campaign against both Boko Haram and the Islamic State in the West African province continues to be marred by arbitrary detentions, summary executions, and deadly airstrikes. Documented patterns include the same extrajudicial killings of detainees, forced abortions of women and girls impregnated by Boko Haram fighters, and erroneous airstrikes such as the 2023 Nasarawa strike, which killed at least 56 civilians. And the same has happened in northern Mozambique. And while that report focused mostly on political killings that we did in February of 2025, the patterns are very identical in Cabo Delgado, where there is arbitrary detention, torture, sexual slavery, sexual violence, and summary executions committed by military and police forces under the guise of countering ISIS-linked insurgents. So across these four countries, the legal violations are clear and consistent, that each of these cases, they breach Articles 4 and 5 of the African Charter, the UN Convention Against Torture, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. They contravene this Commission's principles on human and people's rights while countering terrorism, which prohibits the arbitrary killings and collective punishment. When states invoke national security to excuse extrajudicial killings, they hollow out the rule of law and undermine the very security they seek to preserve. And I will conclude by making 4 recommendations which are urgent steps. The first is that this Commission should consider, and member states too, mandating independent, transparent investigations into extrajudicial killings linked to counterterrorism operations. Second, to strengthen parliamentary and civilian oversight of security operations, including adopting good practices that are quite abundant in and found in the Global Counterterrorism Forum's memorandum on oversight and accountability in counterterrorism operations, which encompasses a human rights framework. Third is to ensure victim-centered justice, including reparations, truth-telling, and memorialization. And finally, to protect civil society and journalists documenting these abuses through robust regional mechanisms. In conclusion, the fight against terrorism in Africa is legitimate and it is necessary, but when conducted outside of the rule of law, it becomes a war against civilians. Counterterrorism must never become a license to kill. The African Commission has a vital role in reinforcing accountability through its counterterrorism principles, its special mechanisms, and in the engagement with the AU Peace and Security Council. If we are to build a sustainable and peaceful and secure Africa, counterterrorism must be rooted in justice, in transparency, and the respect for human rights. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Alengari, for this interesting perspective. You have shown that these forms of violence or these violations that we notice are done as part of reprisals against civilian populations who are perhaps suspected to be in connivance with the terrorists. While it is the duty of the state, the government, it has the responsibility to protect the civilians against acts of terrorism. You have also talked about international legal instruments that can be resorted to in order to put an end to this phenomenon. You talked also about international justice. I would like to ask you, to what extent can international international justice and its mechanism can evoke, or what can they evoke in order to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Question. One that we have many times invoked to member states. Part of our mandate as Human Rights Watch is not only to call out the human rights violations, but also to point out to states how they could rectify their operations to ensure that they're in line with human rights standards. And the Global Counterterrorism Forum's memorandum, the Brussels Memorandum on Good Practices on Counterterrorism in the context of counterterrorism operations in line with human rights obligations, is quite pertinent. It is a good practice document that was adopted by that forum and which lays out quite specifically on states at all levels, whether it is at the stage of preparations for counterterrorism practices, or whether it's at the point where they have already captured individuals who've been involved in terrorist acts, taking them through a criminal justice and rule of law process. And these practices are shared amongst member states, and it would be relevant for African states particularly to engage in that forum, and particularly these countries that have been affected by terrorism, to then pick up these practices and include them in their investigations, in the prosecution and the adjudication of terrorism offenses. Thank you.
Merci, M. Ngari. Je vais maintenant passer la parole à M. Ousmane Diallo.
Ousmane Diallo, researcher for West Africa, researcher for Amnesty International. Thank you, Mr. Diallo. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Rapporteur, Commissioner, and members of the panel. Yes, I am requested to talk about the impact of extrajudicial killings in the context of the fight against terrorism in Africa. I think over the past years, if we look at data provided by researchers and also research centers, Africa has become the epicenter when it comes to terrorism. In the Sahel region has witnessed the increase of terrorism, the upsurge of terrorism everywhere, like for example, the Salafism groups in the north of Mali, as well as the installation for the support for Islam and Muslims, and also ACME in Sahel along Lake Chad and so on. All these groups, as we can see in the Sahel, during 2024, 51% of terrorist incidents are identified in this area. Burkina Faso is the country that is most affected by terrorism throughout the world, and this shows an outlook which is very important. If you look at the impact of such violence in the countries of the region, countries like Togo that are totally remote from the epicenter of terrorism are now affected. As for extrajudicial killings, is international crime that is frequently committed in the region, and this is done by government forces and also ground forces. As for in the Sahel, civilians are targeted by armed groups of ACME and ISIL and so on, and also by government forces and their local allies. We can mention, for example, villages that are martyrs in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So there are so many names like Obosabio, Sobolage, Kulompol, Yergu, Karma, Solenzo, Nantaka, Zawongo, show that all these villages have been the target of violence by either local armed groups or government forces and against civilians. And extrajudicial killings are the major crimes documented by Amnesty International in this area. So from this outlook, the state actors and their international allies always talk about the reform of the security sector as an instrument of response to this phenomenon. It's important to recall and recognize that reform of the security sector is, first of all, a political approach. These are not only technical adjustments made by defense and security forces to be in line with international law, but they should observe and respect the state's willingness to be in line and in conformity with the Charter of the African Commission on Human Rights and also the Rome Statutes, as well as the guidelines of the African Commission on Human Rights regarding terrorism. So from this outlook, it is not only up to the army and the police, but also the judicial bodies that should play an important role when it comes to accountability with regard to crimes and crimes committed as part of the fight against terrorism. So as part of the reforms introduced by governments, when we refer to this practice controls on parent management based on public service and not on domination and the respect of human rights, and also the legal framework accepted by the governments like the Constitution and also under international conventions. In this Sahel, which I will focus on, the RSF processes will help to improve security and improve the relationship between civilians and people in uniform, and especially in the fight against terrorism through judicial processes as part of equitable treatment and the right to governments to defend themselves under international law. Yes, I've mentioned a list of villages that are targets of extrajudicial killings by parties, belligerent parties of the conflict, and these are done by government authorities and armed groups. And in Ogosago, for more than 6 years, there has been no progress in the judicial process. So we cannot talk here about accountability. As for Mali, there is peace and reconciliation agreement signed by the government and the armed groups in the north and involved major security reforms therein. But since August 2023, there is a resurgence of hostilities between the armed groups and so the progress that has been made has completely been abandoned. So there are attacks, and civilian populations are between the rock and the hard place. So the civilian population that are always affected by such violence. We know that there are regional initiatives like the mechanism of identification and analysis of civilian victims. There is reflection in order to strengthen protection of civilians, develop instruments that can help to sensitize and understand experiences that have already taken place. And this is also in line with the conformity and compliance framework promoted by the Human Rights Commission in Central Africa to help them with their legal processes and also their military operations, but as a result of the coup d'etat in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, this organization has been abandoned by by the member state. Mali has abandoned it, then Burkina Faso, and then Niger. So the framework established in this within this organization is no more operational. As part of the violence committed under military operations, violence is totally banalized and considered ordinary. We do see reprisal cases against communities and also collective punishment made by state forces and also by armed groups. For example, in the village of Dalaso in Burkina Faso in August 2023, a armed group attacked and killed more than 223 civilians who are accused by these armed groups of collaborating with the government forces. We can also give the recent example of Jafara Bay in Mali in May 2025, whereby 30 cattle traders kidnapped and taken to an island and killed summarily by the armed groups. But despite all our visits, these practices are rampant, exist in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. So this Jafara Bay reality reminds of these reprisals. Some weeks ago, a local group that worked in tandem with the Malian armed forces was a victim of an ambush about 3 kilometers from Jafara Bay, and it is believed that extrajudicial killings of Jafara Bay are as a result of the reprisals against the civilians. So I'll conclude on this particular point. The problem concerning the fight against terrorism and extrajudicial killing is a question of training. Training sessions are provided to the soldiers also, but it is an issue of accountability and judicial capacity building. So if the belligerent parties know that, when they know that there is no investigation and no penalties it will be difficult to put an end to this extrajudicial killing. So Commission has a major role to play, that is to sensitize member states regarding their political will and to ensure greater transparency and greater accountability and strengthen the judicial apparatus in the fight against such a phenomenon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jallo.
I shall now give the floor to Madam Aho Bate, who is a member of the working group on enforced disappearance of the United Nations. I want her to share with her the perspectives of UN special procedures and organs, emphasizing the issue of extrajudicial killings within the framework of counterterrorism efforts. How is it perceived by your organ? Thank you. Thank you.
The floor for the first time to warmly congratulate you on the election as the chairperson. The working group celebrates this important election and looks forward to continuing our long-standing cooperation with the Commission under your leadership. Today's dialogue reflects the Addis Ababa roadmap in practice, reinforcing the importance of cooperation between special procedures and the African Commission. My reflections today will bring both experiences of the Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances, but also of the Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while counterterrorism. The Working Group welcomes this discussion because we believe that extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances are deeply connected. Disappearances often precedes torture and in many cases executions. From the working group's perspective, enforced disappearance can never be justified, not even on the grounds of national security or combating terrorism, as affirmed in Article 7 of the Declaration on the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances. Yet, according to our experience, countering terrorism measures are increasingly invoked to justify enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings. Reports point to extraordinary renditions, secret detentions, and transnational transfers carried outside judicial oversight. If you look at our report on the visit to the African Union judicial and human rights organs, you will see that enforced disappearance in the context of counterterrorism and security operation happens in many different contexts. For instance, we noticed that enforced disappearance carried out in context of counterterrorism measures are prevalently used in the African continent, supported by legislations where the definition is vague and broad to include margins either for joining a terrorist organization or for receiving foreign fundings in order to carry out the terrorist act. In many of these cases, human rights defenders, political dissidents, civil society organizations are often target of these policies to curtail their freedom of expression and activism. The working group has documented information on enforced disappearance carried against suspected terrorists in many African countries, instances where individuals allegedly affiliated with terrorist groups has been summarily executed and their remains had not been returned to their families. Accounts of adoption of legislation to facilitate the commission of enforced disappearance by allowing incommunicado detention of individuals perceived as terrorists up to 20 days without any contact with the outside world. Now, coming back to the reflections of Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Counterterrorism, the concerns that I referred earlier echoes the findings of the Special Rapporteur, who has given particular attention to this issue in Africa and has engaged with African Union, the sub-regional organization, including the Commission, and has conducted several country visits. In his work, he recognizes both the grave threat posed by terrorism and its devastating consequences on civilians, while stressing that counterterrorism and human rights are mutually reinforcing. Human rights law requires states not only to protect civilians from foreseeable attacks, but also to ensure that lethal force is used only when strictly necessary and proportionate in response to an imminent threat to life. I think we have seen illustration of how this is happening in different parts of Africa from our previous speakers. The Special Rapporteur also cautioned against heavily securitized approaches that, if not balanced, will have an impact on accountability and governance and risk undermining democratic institutions and weaken public trust. I think from both the working group and the Special Rapporteur, we have pointed out several key issues. The first of them is that counterterrorism laws must be precise and consistent with international law. Vague and broad provisions create fertile ground for arbitrary detention, enforced disappearances, and summary execution. Second, oversight and accountability mechanism must be strengthened. Independent courts, parliaments, and national human rights institutions, together with regional bodies such as the Commission, are essential to prevent violations and to restore trust when abuses occur. Third, both mandates have warned of the dangers of over-securitized approach, which prioritize military responses at the expense of government, civic participation, and rule of law. Together, these shared common concern reaffirm a central principle. Respect for human rights is not an obstacle to counterterrorism, but it is the very foundation and condition for legitimacy. Perhaps just in conclusion, Commissioner, the prohibition, it's important to remind us the prohibition of enforced disappearance, the prevention of tortures, and the protection of right to life are use-causing norms, binding to all states at all times, including in situations when the state is fighting against terrorism. Therefore, any measures taken to combat terrorism and violent extremism must comply with state obligations under international law, including international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international refugee law. One final remark to make is that both the working group and the special rapporteur have underscored the indispensable role played by civil society. Civil society organizations help expose violation, promote accountability, amplify voices of the victim, and contribute to preventing extremism by addressing underlying grievances. Yet, unfortunately, too often they are restricted, stigmatized, or even designated as terrorist organizations under counterterrorism framework, and in many instances, victims of enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings. Protecting and engaging civil society is not optional. It is essential to ensure that counterterrorism measures remain both effective and legitimate. Only by grounding counterterrorism measures in human rights and the rule of law can states prevent enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, while building a legitimacy and trust essential for long-lasting peace and security. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Awa. Merci.
Thank you very much, Awa, and thank you for reminding us of the international legal instruments to regulate the actions of security forces in counterterrorism. And thank you also for mentioning the procedure and the special mechanisms of the United Nations, especially in terms of prevention and sensitization. We should have had a break at 11, but it's now 11:15. So I shall open the floor for interactive discussions, and then we will end at the panel at 11:20. I now give the floor to the delegate of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me, first of all, to express my gratitude to the Commissioner Idrissa Sow, for organizing this particular theme, to which my country gives special importance. Algeria has been a victim of terrorism for about many years and has come up with instruments in order to put an end to this scourge on its territory, despite the international community's distance from Algeria, abandoned it, but my country has taken used its expertise at all levels in order to ensure and preserve regional and international security. So in this regard, Mr. Chair, allow me to share with you some very important facts regarding the Algerian experience in the fight against terrorism as part of its observance of human rights. Then the government's use of mechanism in the fight against terrorism, it has also come up with reforms designed to bring back the sons of the country who are in armed groups and through citizenship awareness and reconciliation among elements of society. So as part of these noble objectives that is designed to put an end and eradicate hate among the civilians, we came up with an act and law regarding national security and another act on the implementation of peace and reconciliation. So Algeria also monitors those who are imprisoned as part of terrorism in order to put an end to violence and extremism. And in this regard, government has adopted principles of modern school regarding civilian defense, that is to detain the perpetrators in order for them to be sensitized and respect human rights by reintegrating them into society, so the prisoners benefit just like other people to benefit from training programs and participate in examination in order to be awarded certificates and reintegrated in society together with other entertainment that help them be away from any terrorism tendency, and they also benefit from psychological programs and also religious programs provided by the Ministry of Religious Affairs and special programs depending on the needs of every prisoner. And there are also programs regarding monitoring after release and liberation in order to help them to be reintegrated in society by provided by the prisons department, and they are provided with such programs 6 months before they are released. And then there is a follow-up together with civil society organizations in order to meet and satisfy their needs in terms of employment, treatment, and also training. And also help them to implement some agricultural projects. At the continental level, because of our expertise, the African Union has assigned Algeria to coordinate with the African Union to fight against terrorism. And Algeria is the African Center on research and studies on terrorism in collaboration with AFRIPOL, and these bodies that are designed to fight against this phenomenon through the coordination of efforts and to find African solutions to this crisis. And recently, and I'll conclude with this, the Security Council of the United Nations has helped Algeria's efforts to fight against terrorism, and we refer this as a reference in the assistance of Algeria in the fight against terrorism in collaboration with the African Union. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this important statement that highlights the measures that have been taken by your country in the fight against terrorism, and thank you for also recalling the responsibilities assigned by the African Union to fight against this scourge of terrorism. Yes, Commissioner Derso, you have the floor.
The focus on this important topic. I appreciate the point that have been made around extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances. You may recall, Chair, when you convened a previous panel, I have raised a point. And that point relates to the threats that the right to life is faced with. And that threat that the right to life faced with doesn't arise only from the actions of state actors or the actions of state agents. That is basically in terms of the physical targeting of the body of a person by state agents. It also, the threat also arises from conditions that are created because of policies that are implemented or that are forced on states, leading to, therefore, the loss of large number of lives, whether that is as a result of, for example, impediment to life-saving humanitarian assistance for people in Al-Fasher or other parts of Sudan, or as a result of the curtailing and removal of social services due to IMF prescriptions. People die, lose their lives. And does it really matter if a person loses his or her life because of a shooting from a state agency or because of being starved of hunger. Does it really matter? And therefore, what I wanted to draw your attention, or to members of the panel and to the working group to reflect on, is how do we actually factor in these conditions that are created not because of natural conditions, it is because of human actions or inaction, as actually a matter that concerns the right to life under Article 4 of the African Charter. I would really appreciate your reflections on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Deso. I do not see further requests for the floor. And dear panelists, we thank you for the clarity of your words, and this obviates the need to have your concluding remarks. So you've said it all. We note that the right to life is the most important among those guaranteed by the Charter. With respect to the issue that we are discussing, the doctrine of the Commission is very clear. The imperative of ensuring the safety of the population does not give the security forces the right to violate the right to life of civilians. And this protection is valid for a population as well as those considered as alleged to be terrorists, because the state cannot use the same method of terror as the one used by the terrorists. So the defense and the security forces have no right to carry out extrajudicial killings, and they cannot do so under the pretext that they are combating terrorism, and that's very clear, and it's been clearly spelled out in the principles of human rights and the guidelines of the Commission since 2015. We also have the same obligations in the counterterrorism, global counterterrorism strategy of the United Nations. So it's very clear. Human rights must be respected in the efforts to counter terrorism. I must also inform you that in the case of the killings mentioned by Mr. Jallo, that was in Burkina Faso, the Commission reacted promptly when it was brought to its attention, and letter of urgent appeal was communicated to the state concerned, and there was also public communication, and we have information that investigations are ongoing. We've been seized of this issue, and we continue to monitor the situation. So I would only have to thank you for the relevance of your comments. Thank you very much. This brings to an end the panel, and we now have a coffee break which should have taken place at 11. So we shall adjourn and resume at 11:45. Thank you. The session is adjourned.
الإفريقية للحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade política.
Just to inform the distinguished participants that we have tea and coffee refreshments for everyone. For NGOs, NHRIs, and other participants, it will be upstairs in the banquet hall. For member states, it's the banquet hall on the ground floor. Commissioners, the VIP lounge, and for staff, it's in the foyer, just right outside to your left. Thank you.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal nañ ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie.
الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Darling Chijama, Fiji Gambia, Dekuwai Kurel Buyore Chiridomo Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Darling Chijama, Fiji Gambia, Dekuwai Kurel Buyore Chiridomo Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal nañ ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and Peoples' Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
J'ai appelé
الجماعية.
Je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses travaux.
Monsieur le Président a dit que non.
The meeting is called to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we were obliged to do some modification on our agenda. Some silence, please. We were obliged to make adjustments to our agenda since we took time to start this morning, and then we have the Friday prayer this afternoon. We're starting right away. It's already midday with the panel proposed to us by Mrs. Manuela. That will be on the study that she's undertaking on prisons and the launching of the information letter on the police and human rights, the number 18 on police and human rights. From 1 o'clock, we'll adjourn to enable participants to go and eat lunch and for prayer, and then we'll reconvene at 3 p.m. Then our item 5 will, from that moment for 1 hour, and then from 4 I'll adjourn so that the committee can hold its meeting. That's the amendments that I wanted to make. Honorable Commissioner Manuela, you have the floor for this panel, and we have 1 hour. It's midday now, and we will wrap up at 1.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity given to us. I'm hoping that participants are now able to access translation from Portuguese into English and French. Meanwhile, Chairperson, Commissioners, representatives of Member States, representatives of sister organs, if they are present, African commissioners, representative of national institutions of human rights and NGOs, members of the Secretariat, dear interpreters in the booths, dear participants, good afternoon, all protocols observed. I'm taking the floor to lead this panel on issues related with the current situation of our study on the prison conditions. and is going to bring to our attention a report on global study on women in prison, especially concerning 10 African countries that took part in the study. This under the celebration of 15 years of the Bangkok rules. I hope that this is going to be an interesting panel because it will bring the perspective of the efforts by member states, especially relating to prison conditions, for us to be aware and propose what we think are adequate solutions for our African reality. It is in this context that I would like to invite our panelists to join me in the high table. If you allow me, Chairperson, I will call on Mr. Eping Busong. He's a consultant involved in the study. Mr. Juvenal Babona from APT, and representing APT for Africa, I call on Mrs. Philil Untul, Commissioner for Human Rights, South Africa. Mr. Madia Dio, who is the chairperson of National Mechanism for Prevention in Senegal, and Mrs. Elides Mascarenhas from the National Mechanism for Prevention from Cape Verde. Please join the high table expeditiously. We have only got 1 hour to present the issues we believe that are related to our studies and related to the study that was carried out at the global level that brings updates on issues concerning women in prisons. Allow me to also say that we were supposed to be launching the 18th bulletin of prison mechanism, as well as the mechanism on torture. Unfortunately, for reasons beyond our control, these bulletins are not available in the Gambia currently. They will reach the Gambia later, and they will be made available later on, and we therefore call on your indulgence. Thank you, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ping Song, who will conduct us for the next 15 minutes on issues related to the study. Thank you.
Prisons, conditions of detention and policing in Africa. I'm going to start very keenly by saying thank you, Chairperson of the African Commission of Human and People's Rights, and thank you also, honorable commissioners here present and participants, for the opportunity to present to you the progress that we have been able to register on the study on prisons, conditions of detention, mandated by the Office of the Special Rapporteur on Prisons. Just for context, for every time we have the opportunity to speak about the study, we always like to give an introduction and a background for people to understand what the study is about. So I'm going to go straight into it. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in its 75th ordinary session held in Banjul, the Gambia, adopted resolution number 557, mandating a continent-wide study on prisons and conditions of detention in Africa. The study aims to identify the root causes of human rights violations in places of detention and to propose actionable reforms aligned with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Robben Island Guidelines, and other regional and international standards. Now, recognizing the scale and complexity of these undertakings, the Commission extended the study's timeline by an additional 2 years through the Resolution 636. And this extension reflects the Commission's commitment to a thorough and inclusive process that engages member states, civil societies, and technical partners. This report provides an update on the study's progress and outlines achievements and challenges, and issues a formal call for participation and a call for information and partnership to support all the activities that are outlined in the study. Further, I'd like to highlight the legal and the normative framework of this study. The study is grounded in the Commission's mandate under Article 45 of the African Charter, which empowers it to promote and protect human rights across the continent. It draws on a robust and normative framework, including the Robben Island Guidelines, as I mentioned previously, for the prevention of torture in Africa, the Kampala Declaration on Prison Conditions in Africa, the Ouagadougou Declaration, the Plan of Action on Accelerating Penal Reforms, the Luanda Guidelines on Arrest, Police Custody and Pretrial Detention in Africa, the Nelson Mandela Rules, also known as the UN Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Persons in Detention, and the Principles and Guidelines on the Rights to a Fair Trial and Legal Assistance in Africa. These instruments collectively underscore the need for humane treatment, procedural safeguards, and rehabilitative approaches within places of detention. And so I'll move on to give you a quick progress overview. Following the extension of the study's timeline, notable progress has been achieved. Field visits have been conducted in Zambia, in Namibia, in Uganda, and Botswana. And these field visits have enabled first-hand observation of prison conditions, infrastructure, inmate welfare, and staff capacity. These missions facilitate engagement with correctional leaders from over 25 African countries and contributed to the collection of vital information. In May 2025, the lead expert was invited to Zambia as a guest speaker at the African Forum of Prison Fellowships, where he visited the Mwembeshi Correctional Facility and other prisons. In June, the lead expert and Mr. Pedro Rosa, the senior legal officer at the Commission, represented the Special Rapporteur on Prisons in an ICRC workshop on prison infrastructure in Africa in Windhoek. And in the same visit, they visited the Windhoek facility, the Windhoek Correctional Facility in Namibia. In August, the Special Rapporteur was also invited to Uganda. And all of these engagements actually enabled us to understand the dynamics of prisons as of this time. Stakeholders consultations were held with prison authorities, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations. A landmark meeting co-hosted by the Special Rapporteur of Prisons and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute and the Kenya Prison Service convened heads of corrections from 4 African regions. This engagement also facilitated collaboration with the Association of Correctional Services in Africa, a network comprising of 37 member states. Preliminary data at this point, preliminary data analysis has yielded insights into systemic issues affecting prison management and inmate rehabilitation. These findings provide a foundation for the next stages of the study, including the creation of an implementation committee and the launch of the primary data collection process, which is scheduled for February 2027. During the ongoing session, the mechanism has held several consultative meetings, especially with groups from Mozambique, Cameroon, Chad, Benin, DRC, and other NGOs geared towards the continuous collection of information to shape its approach, its method, and reiterate its commitment to collaborating with member states and civil society. Immediate next steps. We're looking at now the formation of an implementation committee. In line with the same resolution, we are mandated to work in collaboration with civil society. Now, the Commission will initiate the formation of a continent-wide implementation committee to guide the operational rollout of the study on prisons and conditions of detention in Africa. This committee will serve as the principal coordinating implementing body, ensuring regional representation, technical rigor, and inclusive participation. The committee will comprise representatives from member states, civil society organizations, academic institutions, research centers, and regional networks such as the Association of Correctional Services in Africa. Its mandate will include supporting the literature review, facilitating access to correctional facilities, and advising on methodological design and mobilizing resources for studies implementation. Therefore, formal invitations to nominate focal persons and institutional representatives will be issued following the release of a communiqué introducing the study's objectives. And this meeting is very important because we choose to call out on member states again to participate in this study. This study is designed to identify African issues and to help us craft African solutions. The second on our immediate next steps is the call for information. We are launching a literature review and a secondary data collection. To initiate the study's first research phase, the Commission issues a formal call for information to support the collection of secondary data and the launch of its literature review. This phase is critical to establishing a robust evidence base and will involve the collation and analysis of existing documentation across member states and institutions. Stakeholders are invited to submit relevant materials, including national legislation and policy frameworks on prisons and detention, reports from national human rights institutions and prison oversight bodies, academic publications and comparative legal studies, evaluation of prison infrastructure, rehabilitation programs and alternatives to incarceration, monitoring data and thematic assessment aligned with the Robben Island guidelines and the Luanda guidelines. These submissions will inform the desk review conducted by experts in the field and the secondary data analysis, which will be conducted in accordance with the Commission's research standards and ethical protocols. Contributions will be acknowledged in the study's final report, and selected partners may be invited to participate in thematic webinars and regional consultations. This call for information marks a pivotal step in operationalizing the study's objectives and ensuring that its findings reflect the lived realities and the legal frameworks and reform efforts across our continent. I'll take you next to challenges as we round up. Despite these achievements, several challenges have impeded full implementation. First of all, we have identified a challenge of participation. And this challenge is relating very much to member states and other organizations who could actively take part in this. The need to popularize the study is very crucial, as many heads of correctional services remain unaware of the mandate of the study, which creates a setback in forming the implementation committee and securing state participation. The mechanism currently relies heavily on the lead expert, the consultant, who is managing both studies and also data analysis. But we are calling on experts to participate in the study from member states so that we can have collective information from every region. And we also will not fail to highlight budget constraints. We do not have very dedicated funds allocated to the study in the current budget cycle. The funding gap has delayed technical consultations and regional engagements, but the Commission is yet reiterating its commitment, and the special mechanism also is pushing very much in mobilizing funds at the moment. And I'll finally stop by giving you strategic recommendations. And a few recommendations that I have for the study. To ensure the successful continuation and completion of the study, I would love to recommend the following: that we should expedite a communique introducing the study's objectives to all member states via official channels, and which is one of these. We are also asked to target sensitization of our activities, including webinars. Circulars should be conducted to raise awareness amongst heads of correctional services. This initiative already kicked off in our last visit in Nairobi with the Special Rapporteur. The technical team should be expanded as well to provide more expertise and diverse knowledge. And the regional and international platforms should be leveraged to strengthen our networks and our advocacy. And finally, the study on prison and conditions of detention in Africa is a transformative initiative grounded in principles of dignity, justice, and reform. Its success depends on our collective action. And this is why I take the opportunity here, as we have member states present, to participate in the study. The Commission calls upon everyone to partner and to reaffirm their commitment and to contribute to all the activities. I thank you so much for the pleasure of your kind attention.
Obrigada a ti, principalmente pela observação do tempo.
For having complied with time, we know we are lagging behind. I would like to call on Mr. Juvenal Babon, who is going to touch on the next steps on the global study. Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Express our sincere condolences to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the passing away of Angelo. May he rest in peace. We would also like to congratulate the new Bureau of the Commission, especially Honorable Commissioner Idrissa Sow for his chairship and Honorable Atem SM for the vice chairship. And we are also ready to collaborate with the Commission for all the initiatives that it takes, especially regarding the prevention of torture. As the Commission recalled, this year we're celebrating the 15th anniversary of the Bangkok Rules, which is a key instrument to humanize women's detention. As Commissioner underscored, the women's detention is a challenge, especially on the continent. And it is in this light that last year we developed a global, comprehensive report on the women's detention conditions, which benefited from the contributions of several MPP from 46 countries, and we had the opportunity to collaborate with 10 MPPs in Africa, especially that of South Africa, Cabo Verde, Burkina Faso, Mali, Mauritania, Mauritius, Morocco, Senegal, Togo, and Tunisia. And the idea behind the report was to bring out the realities of lived by women in detentions and to identify specific torture, risk, and poor treatment, and to promote good practices, because in certain contexts we've got good practices that can be shared with others. Very quickly, to come to the main observations of the study found that in Africa, women who were detained accounted for about 2 to 8% of the prison population, but unfortunately, the study also observed that this number was increasing instead of dropping. And in actual fact, offenses committed by these women were misdemeanors, especially due to poverty issues around drugs, debt, and issues that were going to we can qualify as economic survival issues. It was also found that in more than 1/3 countries, more than 50% of the women in detention are in custody, and we find that in most of our countries in Africa, and the detention of women for criminalized behavior such as abortion or sex work. There's also this issue of around women who are detained, budget search, the use of mobile phones that was shared by the abusive use of detention conditions. And when we talk about women who have been deprived of liberty, there are very many specific needs of these women, especially issues regarding mental health, maternity care, and the report shows that these needs are often ignored. So the mental health services in prisons are insufficient despite prevalence of trauma and psychological distress among these women. And to conclude, the report also made some recommendations for these issues of women who are in prison. The first recommendation is to criminalize, encourage women and young women and women in custody this issue of integrating a very sensitive, gender-sensitive approach, not only in managing in prisons, but under the framework of the mandate of the monitoring mechanism, because we're talking about the work with MMP, but you also have other monitoring mechanisms, especially civil society organizations, national human rights commissions, for example, and other monitoring mechanisms. They really have to incorporate this gender-sensitive approach. And the importance of strengthening access to mental health care and access to rehabilitation services. And one last recommendation was that of finding a solution to the issue of women in prisons by incorporating an intersexual approach, because the study found that women in detention can have several situations at the same time. Women who are going to be detained, who most of the time are foreigners. They come from ethnic and religious minorities. You also have, in some cases, women who are detained with their children. To conclude, then, I think that it is important to move from rhetoric to action. It's good to have this kind of study, but is it important to move into action to have these reforms that improve detention conditions of women? The importance of the MMP role, they're there to visit these prisons and to document and alert and recommend concrete reforms, and the importance of collaboration. And it is this light that APT is ready to continue working with the African Commission and all other partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juvenal. We are trying to save a bit more time in order to allow for the discussion. I'm turning to my left to you, Commissioner Philo. Please bring us the experience of South Africa on this matter.
To yourself, Chairperson of the Commission, commissioners, colleagues, and all delegates, and all esteemed guests. It's a privilege to speak to you today about the critical situation of women in prisons, or correctional centers as we know them in South Africa. South Africa ratified the United Nations Convention Against Torture in 1998 and the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture in 2019, allowing for the establishment of the National Preventative Mechanism. Since 2019, the NPM was coordinated and functionally led by the South African Human Rights Commission with other functional bodies, including the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, the Office of the Health Ombud, as well as the Office of the Military Ombud. However, since December 2024, the South African government has redesignated the South African Human Rights Commission as the NPM. To provide some context regarding the status of women deprived of their liberty in prison settings, the total population of prisons in South Africa currently stands at approximately 166,000, with women representing about 3% of the total. And amongst these, we see that almost 2,000 women are on remand or awaiting trial, and around 2,600 are serving sentences. Some of these women are kept with their children, as South African legislation allows children to stay with their incarcerated mothers until the age of 2 years old. This is only done, however, if it is in the best interest of the child. And in this regard, incarcerated mothers highlight some of the complex circumstances faced by women deprived of their liberty. Once the children are over the age of 2, for example, they are placed with a guardian or a family member. We also have noted that these children are receiving medical attention such as the prescribed immunization at the relevant age. Women are entitled to their own medical and psychological examination when they're in prison. They are also entitled to 3 meals a day, access to hot and potable water for bathing and drinking, as well as access to clothing in the form of prison uniform. Most recently, prisons in South Africa have even started creating dresses that are fit for maternity wear for expecting mothers. Women are also entitled to certain bathroom essentials, including toothbrushes and toothpaste, soap, toilet paper, sanitary towels, and intimate wear. Once a woman is sentenced, they are also able to access educational programs and vocational programs, such as a hair salon, where they are able to learn to wash and braid hair into styles that are popular in South Africa. Women also have access to reading materials in prisons. Prisons have libraries that have books in various languages. Most notably, women in South African prisons are able to participate in a reading competition called Funda Mzansi, which means Read South Africa. This competition brings together inmates, members of the community, as well as university and school-going children and learners who all compete in various categories, including reading, spelling, and reviewing books, some of which are written by former inmates. The South African Human Rights Commission has recently become a partner of this prestigious event. Noting, of course, Chairperson, the successes on the treatment of women deprived of their liberty, our monitoring has also revealed some pressing challenges. While food, for example, is provided 3 times a day, the timing of these meals often poses a problem, especially for pregnant and breastfeeding women. The last meal is frequently served too early in the afternoon, sometimes served with the lunch for the women to keep to eat during the dinner, leaving long periods until breakfast. Access to clean water can also sometimes be a problem. Healthcare access, while present, falls short in some terms of gender-specific services. And looking ahead, Chair, we have made several recommendations to address these issues. First is to increase the quantity of food provided and to adjust serving times to better meet the needs of vulnerable populations. We have also recommended the need to ensure consistent access to clean water and to improve the quality of sanitary products that are offered. I would also like to highlight the recent inauguration of the Gender Responsive Center in Atteridgeville in Johannesburg. Designed with the Bangkok rules in mind, this facility is a first of its kind and for which we commend the South African state for establishing. It represents a significant step forward in addressing the unique needs of women in prisons, promoting rehabilitation and successful integration in alignment with international standards. Lastly, Chair, I must note that exploring alternatives to detention, such as community corrections, can provide a viable option for some women, facilitating their rehabilitation and reducing the overall prison population. It's imperative that we continue to address the specific needs of women in prison, promoting their dignity, their health, and successful reintegration into society. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Comissária, que veio para este painel partilhar.
In this panel, you shared the experience of South Africa, and you also highlighted challenges that remain to be overcome in order to improve the conditions of women in prison. I now invite Mr. Madil from the National Prevention Mechanism from Senegal, who is going to share the experience as well. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. I commend you also for your report. You will allow me from this platform to express my congratulations to Mr. Idris Sow, my fellow countryman and also a colleague, because I'm also a magistrate, for having been elected at the helm of the African Commission. And I associate to this congratulations Mr. Hatem Assem, who was at one time a focal point for Tocho regarding Senegal. I also hope that together with all the commissioners, I hope that they will conduct this mandate with success. I cannot get into the gist of the topic without expressing deep gratitude to Mr. Juvenal Governor, representative of APT of Africa in Dakar, based in Dakar. So, for all the facilitations he has obtained in order to help us, we MLPs, to have a say during these ordinary sessions of the African Commission, the gathering of African human rights organizations. It is important. For the first time at a session of the African Commission on Human Rights, I had the opportunity to listen to various statements, but the voice of the MLP was not properly heard as it used to be. So I hope that in the future we will occupy a more important position at these gatherings. Mr. Chair, Madam Rapporteur, regarding Senegal's experience, allow me first of all to share with you some statistics. On the 30th of October 2025, Senegal, throughout the country, had 15,239 detainees for a population of more than 18 million inhabitants. 15,539, among them 439 women. That's a percentage of 2.96%. Out of these 400 plus women, 180 have been sentenced, convicted, and others are provisionally detained. These are the statistics by the 20th of October 2025. While I'm here in this beautiful country, the Gambia, since the 13th, that is about only 1 week since my arrival, it will be a serious crime for not congratulating the Gambian or commending the Gambian authorities for allowing me to come here. So here we have been requested to present to you the experience of my country, Senegal. Allow me first of all the safeguards provided to women detainees. First of all, it is the sacrosanct principle of the separation from men, apart from the 2 prison facilities provided for them, that is, women in mixed prisons are strictly separated from men. And the basis for this is found in Article 10 of 2001 Decree 13 on 4th May 2001 relating or pertaining to the implementation of penal sanctions. So it is the basic reference regarding prison conditions in Senegal. So this is the provisions at the national level provides for the strict separation between men and women, and it's one of the recommendations of Bangkok that date back to 2010 only. So in this place, men are totally separated from women. So the Bangkok rules mention these articles from 33 to 37, as well as rules 11 to 41. This separation between men and women, there is another separation added to it, that is between women. As you are aware, pregnant women are also separated from other women under detention 2 months before delivery and 2 months after delivery. And they also have the possibility within the facility to be with their children at least for 3 years. It is the interest of the child that is taken into account, and that relationship between child and mother is maintained and promoted, and also guaranteed. There are also guarantees with regard to health care in general for women detained are inspected and checked by the same sex. It's on Article 35 that guarantees this right, and today we can hope that we are in advance with regard to this particular issue, because during the budget session last year, the Minister of Justice announced that we will soon exceed and abandon this type of inspection because the government has given orders to have some technological mechanisms to do this without tampering with the privacy of the woman. It is the personnel that conduct this investigation. It is the female staff that does, and also surveil these women and take care of them. So, as for health and nutrition care, is also guaranteed. In this report, there is no specific provision for women detainees. So it is just like women, have the right to be taken care of nutritionally and also medically. But apart from all the safeguards, there are challenges that should be overcome. And among these challenges, we've tried to identify them. Basically, first of all, the infrastructure, the prison infrastructure and facilities that host these men and women and men should be suitable. Our prisons, as you know, we are not designed to receive detainees. It is through special circumstances that these facilities have become detention centers, and as a result have been adjusted. But with those adjustments, through those adjustments, it's as if it's only men who are taken into account. So women are not taken care of. So it is the national mechanisms against, for example, torture, the prevention of torture, is the recommendations in this regard are taken into account. I'll give you an example, for example, regarding access to the canteen, the prison canteen. It is something supplementary when it comes to detention, but as you know, it is found in the facility reserved for men, and that's a problem for the women. So they have to get their orders from the facility meant for men. Regarding these facilities in general, or infrastructure in general, regarding women, exactly, especially with regard to their specific needs, there is also a problem with the care provided for pregnant women because of their vulnerability. This segment need special nutrition and should be given special care. Well, under the budget of the prison, there is no provision for their nutritional care. So this is a problem. So we welcome a practice that we notice in the various facilities that we have been visiting. That is, in reality, apart from the general meal and food, there is a special kitchen that is reserved for women, and where they can a kitchen that they can use in order to prepare. I'm sorry, their food for both pregnant women and others. So it is the National Observatory regarding freedoms has noticed and also encourages, without requesting, at least through our various recommendations, that we go beyond this situation, that this vulnerable segment of women or category of men should not be in prisons, but special detention area or centers should be found for them. Another challenge that should be overcome is this separation of detainees, women detainees, depending on their whether they are adults or minors. For example, if you have 3,000 women, there is a problem with regard to minor women that are minors. They are kept in the same area with adults, so this needs to be corrected. So something has to be done in this regard. I'll conclude, Madam Commissioner, on a last point that we have touched on. That is the lack of family links, especially with regard to foreign detainees, women detainees. When I started my function under this function, I went to the eastern part of Senegal, about 700 kilometers away from in the prison of Kédougou, who are out of the 48 women, detained women, 27 of them are foreign nationals. Out of those 27, 19 come from only one country. I would not mention that country, but with this category of foreigners detained in that prisons, there is no contact between them and their families, because they refuse to give any information regarding the origins, or at least they don't have they have no documents that can link them to any administration. So the prison administration does it best to look for their family links and also liaise with consular and diplomatic missions to know exactly what to do. These are some of the difficulties and challenges that we decided to share with you, and thank you for your kind attention. So, thank you for participating in this session of the Commission. That is the national mechanisms, prevention mechanism have their voice, and we have decided at having some magistrates among us, like Mrs. Matskaranesh. Good.
Thank you very much. I wish to thank for the opportunity, but first of all, I would like to congratulate the chairperson for his election. I would also like to address my thanks to the outgoing president, with whom we were able to work and gain his support as a team. We are here representing Cape Verde. We still have 2 terms. We do have 2 mandates. We are the National Prevention Mechanism, and this was a decision that was taken in Cape Verde after ratification by the Parliament. We had the Council of Ministers allowing us to undertake these 2 mandates, and you can see that we are now covering 4 areas with major shortages when it comes to personnel and staff, but we try to do our best. I hereby also try to call on the Commission, because I see the map and I don't see the flag of Cape Verde. People may be concerned that we have Madagascar on the other side, but we also have Cape Verde on the other side in the west. You should know where Cape Verde is and be represented here in the room. First, I would like to say that our situation is not different compared to other countries. However, we are small in dimension. We're a small country, but that doesn't mean that we also do not have challenges and big challenges. The challenges are the same. Of course, we do have prisoner population on 2,000 inmates, thereabout. 75 are women. And we also have foreign women that are in prisons. Therefore, the need for extra care and attention. And our mechanism is also comprised by members of the National Human Rights Commission, the Public Prosecutor, the Bar Association, and the Association of Medical Professionals, and other entities. This allows us a great deal of sustainability in our mechanism because we are able to undertake visits and we act holistically and we interact with all these entities. Common reference is working with the authorities. Working with the authorities is a challenge that we are faced, but due to the time, we need to go straight to the recommendation. Capacity building is important because the treatment requires for more knowledge and capacity building. When we visit people, sometimes people are well treated in our presence, but then we have denounces. We do have a toll-free line where we receive denounces and whistleblowing, where women can complain that women are in the majority. And when we undertake visits, we also have in-person hearings, and we also have video calls and so on and so forth, because it's not possible to visit all the islands, so we undertake those video conference calls. In the regional islands, there are no conditions to host women, and they are taken to other islands where minimum conditions are available in separation with the men. We also have the affective side that is affected because people are taken further away from their own island. Therefore, those who are in the same island can stay with the children or be visited by the members of their family more periodic. But those who are far away from their own island, they lack those conditions. This is very important to be taken into account. I believe it's a challenge for us all that capacity building is needed on the prevention of torture and cruel treatment and human treatment and so on and so forth, and also the means of contention, the use of them, and the handcuffing, tight handcuffing. It's a concern. You cannot see it clearly. You need a lot of technicalities to understand, but we work with the National Legal Medicine Institute that allows us to undertake further studies to bring more details to our reports. Contacts with external world is very important in order to maintain social relations and conditions for women prisons to receive visit from their small children on the days that they do not attend school, because sometimes the prisons do not allow this flexibility. And we also detected women that are breastfeeding. We need to be more human-like in our approach. I leave this recommendation here because the human needs cannot be mandatorily undertaken twice a day in certain time, because sometimes the milk is too much on the mother and you need to release and breastfeed your child, and you cannot be complying on those timelines, it's difficult. Foreign women that are not accompanied with their children, we recommend that they are allowed to undertake video calls to be in permanent contact with their babies. Now, the issues related to the separation between women and men, and we think that we do have women in the preventive detention and those who are already have been sentenced, and we therefore recommend that there is at least alternative solutions, because not always there are situations that allow for them to be deprived from their freedom. And we are working on the electronic bracelets in order to reduce the prison population and reduce the overpopulation of the prisons. Another issue is the body searches. This is undertaken according to the norms on both the visitors and the prisoners are searched by people of the same sex, and we say that the female prisoners represent 24% of the total population, and away from the male inmates. Also, we had complaints, especially with the procedure when it comes to bodily search, because we can use alternative methods and other equipment for metal detection, so on and so forth. We also use other means in the specific situation, but the law also allows for the use of other means and control, and also the publication of the results when it comes to studies. Only in the situation that after the search we detect prohibited substances, we then go on with the registration and the intimate search. I would like to address this because in our region and in the continent, we could maybe come up with recommendation to, or in order to enforce this practice, because the technology has advanced. I don't believe that we should continue with this bodily intimate searches. We could only perform it in exceptional situation when there's a suspicious that the inmate or the visitor may be carrying object that may be understood as dangerous, or in order to introduce those objects into the prison environment. Therefore, we could rely on technology. I would conclude saying that other than just working together or hand in hand with the prison agents and in the establishment where people are detained, we also have to undertake outreach activities in the community in order for us to have all these measures known by all. Thank you very much. Sorry, we realize and we apologize for Cape Verde not being indicated in the map that is being shown in the screens. Now, Chairperson, maybe we should hear from other intervenients. I give the floor back to you, Chairperson, so that you can guide us. Thank you.
I'll commend you, Honorable Commissioner. I also commend the panelists for the very brilliant presentations made. We have two persons on the list, and we have we start with the list of member states. As for the National Human Rights Commissions, we have the National Human Rights Commission of South Africa. You have the floor. The Commission is here with us. The second National Commission is the prevention of torture in the Republic of Mauritania. Madam Umu Khairikan, is she in the hall? Yes, please kindly take the floor for 5 minutes. If it is 3 minutes, it's better. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Women detainees in Mauritania are generally found in 3 places. There are women prison for women in the capital Port-au-Prince. This is the only one for women, and then you have Central Prison of Nouadhibou, and also the prison for children. Given the nature, the conservative nature of the Mauritanian society, and the fact that imprisonment of women according to Bangkok rules, it's difficult to reintegrate them, very difficult. So the tendency in Mauritania in general is not to detain women and imprison them unless the crime is a very serious one. So in that case, in a case they commit offenses or minor offenses, especially in rural areas, they always look for a sponsor or a guarantor to detention in line with customs because of the vulnerability of these type of detainees. So in line with international law, existing international law, the minimal rules of the United Nations regarding the preparation of preventive rules in case of the detention of minors, the ministry in charge can impose measures that deprive one from liberty. Given the leniency that delinquent women benefit from, or at least we are deeply concerned about the situation of this segment because they are the most vulnerable in detention centers. So we hope to support efforts to provide men and guards that take care of them and give attention to foreign women detainees who usually are found to be criminals. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you instead. Now, we have exhausted the list of states. I'll now give the floor to Madam Manuela for conclusive remarks.
Thank you, Chair. First, I would like to thank the panelists for doing their utmost in order to keep up with the time. It's a major achievement. I would also like to thank Mauritania for the presentation on the women in detention in Mauritania and all the challenges and the issues presented by the panel, especially those that are part of the bulletin that we are going to share in all AU languages later on. I would also like to thank for the experience brought from South Africa, Senegal, Cape Verde on the treatment accorded to women in prisons. I would like to appeal on the member states that are here present, as well as National Human Rights Institutes, NGO, and civil society, for all of them to take part in this study so that in the end will be as an example, because we'll be able to reflect all the contexts, and as I mentioned in my opening, so that we can bring African solutions to our African prisons that are slightly different compared to other prisons in other global contexts, given our history, culture, climate. All these aspects require a different look and a different treatment on the treatment in the prison. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And I also bring the floor back to you. A round of applause for the panelists and all.
Thank you to all of you. We are now. Thank you. It was not on.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice,
الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
De la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, we would like to make the following announcements. There are some side events taking place during the lunch hour. We have a side event on borderless justice, advancing freedom of movement for refugees and forcibly displaced persons in Africa. Advancing freedom of movement for refugees and forcibly displaced persons in Africa. This is under the leadership of Honorable Commissioner Salma Sassi, SAFA, and it's taking place in Press Room 1 between 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. Press Room 1. There's another side event on economic and social rights in Egypt from the perspective of civil society. This is taking place in Bilateral Room 5 from 2 to 3 p.m. It's organized by Partners for Transparency. There's also a side event on securing a regional criminal jurisdiction for Africa, launch of a ratification toolkit for the Malabo Protocol. This is taking place in Press Room 2 from 1 p.m. Press Room 2 from 1 p.m. and it is organized by the Pan-African Lawyers Union and Atrocities Watch Africa. Press Room 2. We would also like to announce that because the break for lunch and Friday prayers, because the break is for both lunch and Friday prayers, we would like to announce that we have refreshment for the participants in the foyer from 1:30 p.m. and for member states in the banquet hall on the ground floor. For staff members, we would have lunch in the restaurant on the upper floor and commissioners in the VIP lounge. So we have refreshments for participants, member states from 1:30. Ground floor for member states, elected officials and AU officials, and the foyer right outside to the left for the rest of the participants from 1:30 p.m. Thank you all. Bon appétit.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos,
حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our
Thank you.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa.
الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva. Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية من اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana.
Ladies and gentlemen, may you be seated. The Commission will resume its deliberations. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin. I'm talking to the gentlemen who are behind the hall. Please take your seats. So we're going to resume with item 5, human rights situation in Africa. I'd like to start with the right for response requested by the delegates of member states. I'm going to give the floor His Excellency Abdoulaye Amnami, delegate from the Republic of Algeria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, the Algerian delegation would like to respond to the transparency partners submitted by the rapporteur in charge of immigration or migration and displaced persons. That is, there are policies of expelling Nigerians collectively by the Algerian authorities. Algeria would like to inform the Commission and also the Transparency Partners Association. First of all, with regard to terminology, Algeria rejects the expression arbitrary expulsion. What Algeria is doing is just to repatriate the persons concerned, which is a normal legal and sovereignty initiative in an attempt to put an end to the irregular stay in its country. And this is designed to fight against irregular migration and also fight against human trafficking that exploits these vulnerable persons for personal goals. Number two, the return and deportation of Niger is only part of a legal initiative and bilateral, based on bilateral coordination, and this is done in coordination with the Niger authorities together with the IMO, International Migration Organization of Algeria, and sometimes they are the ones who request to take care of their citizens in vulnerable situations. Number three, in order to refute the claims that says that the immigrants or migrants are abandoned in the desert, that the Algerian authorities ensure that there are humanitarian measures that are taken, especially in Tamanrasat province, and they are provided with medical facilities and care before they leave our territory, and they are safely transported in caravans and buses, accompanied, escorted by security forces and also Association for Women in general, and they are taken up to the border with Niger and then transferred to the authorities of the country based on bilateral agreements. Number four, just a reminder, these claims and allegations were mentioned in previous years, and my country considered them unfounded, and we issued an official statement in this regard that came after inviting or calling on the ambassador of Niger in Nigeria and inform them about the situation of Niger citizens. And in this regard, we reminded them of there is a bilateral framework for that, because it's the right framework for dealing with such issues. So at the same time, we stress the Algeria's compliance with good neighborliness and its bid to coordinate with the authorities of Niger regarding the waves of migration based on mutual respect and solidarity and cooperation. In light of these facts, Mr. Chair, I would like to call on the Commission as well as the Transparency Partnership Institution to ensure that whatever they receive as information is accurate. And this does not require any fact-finding mission, given the fact that this matter is taken care of within a legal and humanitarian framework. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Commission takes due note of your statements and will respond. I'd like to give the floor to the Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Gizau.
Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Activity report under item 8. My delegation strongly objects to the categorically false allegations made by the concerned NGO, which presents a wholly misleading picture of the actual circumstances concerning the factual and legal scenario presented under impact assessment studies of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam and the trilateral negotiation processes of Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt in relation to the construction, filling, and operation of the dam. Mr. Chairperson, Ethiopia reaffirms its uncontestable sovereign right to engage in the development of its water resources within its boundary, including the right to fill and operate the dam. The Declaration of Principles agreed by the three countries recognizes the significance of the dam, which has been fully accepted by Egypt and Sudan. My delegation would like to assert that from the beginning of the first filling, Ethiopia has adhered to the Declaration of Principles on the filling process of the dam by sharing information and notifying downstream countries, despite the fact that the declaration does not explicitly require prior agreement with those countries before undertaking such actions. Beyond generating electricity, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is designed to regulate water flow, improve water management for irrigation and other uses in downstream countries. It helps them enhance the energy generation potential of existing power generation stations at Rosaris, Sennar, and Merowe dams in Sudan, and acts as a buffer against climate change-induced extremes such as flooding and droughts. Additionally, the dam expands regional water storage capacity by 60 billion cubic meters, adding 5,150 megawatts of installed power capacity. Since time immemorial, Sudan has been facing regular incidents of flooding and destruction on the Nile Basin. Just to provide a few examples of the nearly annual damage caused by the overflow of the Nile River, in 2018, flooding caused 23 deaths, more than 60 injuries, and destroyed 20,000 homes and affected more than 200,000 people. In 2020, in what was described as the worst flooding in a century, more than 100 people lost their lives, 100,000 homes were destroyed, and more than 500,000 people were affected, leading to the declaration of a state of emergency. Honorable Chairperson and Commissioners, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, the biggest hydroelectric dam in Africa, funded entirely by Ethiopians, stands as a towering monument of African resilience and self-reliance. The GERD is a powerful tool for flood regulation in Sudan and not a cause of it. I would urge March for Peace to make tangible contributions to the mandate of this august body by focusing on pressing human rights concerns rather than promoting politically motivated narratives and false allegations that can easily be refuted. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
La Commission vous remercie et prend bonne note de votre déclaration.
And now I'll give the floor to the United Republic of Tanzania for their reply.
you on election as chairman of this prestigious body. We also congratulate Honorable Hatim Saim on being elected vice chairperson. And I guarantee you our full cooperation as you steer this important body. We value this platform as an important avenue for dialogue, cooperation, and shared pursuit of human dignity and justice for all Africans. Honorable Chairperson, in ensuring the principles of human rights are upheld, the United Republic of Tanzania incorporated human rights issues in the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania of 1977 and Article 12 to 24. Article 129 of the Constitution also established a Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance as an independent institution in order to promote and protect human rights, strengthen good governance, fulfill international obligation, promote peace, justice, and national unity. Honorable Chairperson, in 2021, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, introduced her administrative agenda known as the 4R Framework, which comprises conciliation, resilience, reforms, and rebuilding. The administrative agenda plays a crucial role of promoting peace, freedom of association, political rights, strengthening rule of law, and justice. It also ensures social and economic rights and protects vulnerable groups. Honorable Chairperson, the government continues to furnish access to justice for all through implementation of a national legal aid campaign, Mama Samia Legal Aid Campaign, named after Her Excellency, the President. Currently, the campaign has been implemented in all 31 regions in the United Republic of Tanzania, whereas in mainland Tanzania, the campaign has reached out to 8,277,806 people, of whom women were 3,606,293, and men were 4,671,569. And in Zanzibar, 10,742 people, of which women were 7,699, and men were 3,043 benefited. Through this campaign, legal education on the human rights and other related matters was also provided. Honorable Chairperson, this year Tanzania will mark yet another milestone in its realization of the fundamental civil and political rights to participate in public affairs and in upholding democracy by holding general election in 29th October 2025. We further underscore our commitment to ensuring that the forthcoming general elections are conducted in a free, fair, and peaceful manner and in full respect of democratic values and international obligation as it has been our tradition. Honorable Chairperson, the United Republic of Tanzania recognized the fundamental human rights of liberty and Article 15 of the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania of 1977. Further, the state recognized its international obligation under the international human rights treaties, including the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. The government strongly condemns an act of arbitrary killings and enforced disappearance, and emphasizes that such practices are neither condoned nor sanctioned by the state authorities. The government reaffirms its commitment to protect and promote human rights as guaranteed under the Constitution, domestic laws, and international obligations. Tanzania remains dedicated to uphold the rule of law, maintaining public order, and safeguarding national security while respecting the rights of all citizens. Honorable Chairperson, the government remains committed to advancing legal reforms in line with the Article 27 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. In this regard, significant progress have been made, including the comprehensive review of 446 principal legislations, marking only the second such undertaking since the country gained independence in 1961. These reforms notably including legislation that impact civil, political, economic, and social cultural rights. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to socio-economic rights, the government continues to implement its fee-free primary and secondary education policy, and the number of students who benefited from higher education student loan increased from 142,170 in 2022 to 245,799 in 2024. Also, 65 vocational training centers were opened between 2020 and 2024. Access to health care was enhanced as health facilities increased from 80,446 in 2022 to 9,734 in 2024. Access to water reached 90% in urban areas and 79.6% in rural areas in 2024. Also, by 2025, 12,000 out of 15,000 villages has access to electricity. These are all concentrated efforts to support development of all Tanzanians equally and freely, without discriminating, as we work towards the Africa we want. Honorable Chairperson, in order to address the entwined dynamic of livelihood, land rights, and conservation, Her Excellency the President established 2 commissions to advise on the voluntary reallocation program in the Ngorongoro Conservation Area and land issues in Loliondo. The approach used by the 2 commissions is based on the principle of participation through dialogue and engagement with the communities raising the areas. Honorable Chairperson, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania affirms its resolute and unwavering commitment to the protection, preservation, and promotion of human rights for all individuals. This commitment is deeply rooted in the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania and reinforced by the regional and international human rights instruments to which the country has ratified. Guided by these legal and moral imperatives, the government remains steadfast in its responsibility to safeguard human dignity, uphold justice, and ensure that the rights of every person are fully respected and advanced across the nation. I thank you.
La Commission vous remercie. Je fais noter que cette déclaration est reçue au titre des déclarations.
Receive under the statement of the states and not like a reply as like I previously said. Now, back to the list of right to reply, and I give the floor to the Republic of Kenya.
To the remarks so far made, and we stand on the protocols already established. Chairperson, this delegation notes the intervention made during the sessions on the state of human rights in Africa on CSO segment regarding the realization of the rights to health, a cornerstone to social and economic development. Concerns was raised on the low budgetary allocation and risks on gain on the right of access to right to health to persons living with HIV/AIDS, and programs to lower rate of new infections. In response, the government of Kenya has invested significantly in reforms to implement Article 43, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution and ECOSOC rights, and to advance universal health coverage. In particular, in 2023, Kenya enacted 4 landmark pieces of legislation, including the Social Health Insurance Act, the Primary Health Care Act, the Facilities Improvement Financing Act, and the Digital Health Act. Together, these laws form the foundation of a restructured health system that ensures equitable access to sustainable financing and improved accountability in health service delivery. Building on this framework, the government has rolled out several transformative interventions, including public financing for primary health care, the establishment of emergency treatment and health insurance funds, and substantial investments in digital health management systems to enhance efficiency and data-driven planning. The health sector budget has seen a marked increase from Kenya shilling 4.7 billion in the financial year 2021 to 2022 to Kenya shillings 127 billion in the financial year 2024 to 2025. This includes Kenya shillings 2 billion allocated for free maternity care and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion for specialized medical equipment and stipends for 100,000 community health promoters who serve as the first responders in local communities. At the national level, the health sector received 3.3% of the total government expenditure in financial year 2023 to 2024. At the county level, where service delivery is primarily devolved, health spending accounted for 22.2% of the total county expenditure in the financial year 2022 to 2023. Kenya acknowledges that despite these gains, challenges persist, including resource constraints, infrastructure gaps, and the need to strengthen coordination between the national government and the county governments. Nonetheless, the reforms under implementation mark a decisive step towards ensuring every Kenyan enjoys the highest attainable standard of health. With respect, Chairperson, with respect to the ratification of African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, the government of Kenya commends the intersessional work of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa's and Commissioner's interaction in Nairobi with key state and non-state actors. This delegation notes the inquiry regarding Kenya's ratification of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. The government of Kenya is progressing in a holistic review of Kenya's treaty commitments and engaging relevant agencies and stakeholders in line with the treaty making and ratification law. As these internal processes continue, Kenya has not paused its effort on the implementation of key laws and policies aimed at eliminating gender-based violence. This year, the National Policy on Elimination of Gender-Based Violence underwent a comprehensive review to which it adopts a holistic approach integrating prevention, response, coordination, and data management. Furthermore, in January 2025, the government established a multi-agency presidential task force on gender-based violence and femicide to comprehensively examine the rising cases of violence against women and girls and to make recommendations to the government. The outcome of this process will inform targeted reforms and strengthen coordinated government actions to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, which is consistent with Kenya's obligation under regional and international human rights instruments. I beg to respond on those two items for now, and I thank you for your attention.
La Commission vous remercie et prend acte de votre déclaration. Je donne la parole à la République du Sénégal pour un droit de réponse.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames,
Ladies and gentlemen, as regards the allegations in the report on the refugees, asylum seekers and displaced persons on the prosecution of officers on opium and the prison of some major personalities and summons to political officials, my delegation would like to recall that the building of Senegal guarantees individual freedoms. In this light, Article 10 of the Constitution provides that everyone has the right to express their opinion through the pen, verbal expression of a peaceful march, as long as this exercise of this right does not violate the honor and public order. Regarding public officials that have been prosecuted, is based on the presumption of financial offenses that was started after reports from national financial crimes. The government of Senegal is attached to the principles of transparency and good governance, cannot block the justice when it acts based on established elements through oversight controls, especially the financial unit that was set up through the UEMOA. In this regard, my delegation is delighted that the reporter notes with satisfaction that 4 legislative instruments were adopted to strengthen transparency, public integrity, and accountability, including Law Number 2025 of 4 September 2025 on access to information, in accordance with the model law on access of information to Africa and guaranteeing all citizens to public information and accountability in public management, and Law Number 2025 of 4 September 2025 for the protection of whistleblowers. That translates the government's willingness to promote good governance and citizen oversight. Thank you very much for your kind attention. The Commission would like to thank you and to receive your statement and will revert. This response puts an end to the right to reply. The Commission now collects the statement, and we're going to start with the delegate of state or state delegate. Then we'll move on to National Human Rights Commission, and then we'll end up with NGOs. We're going to wrap up at 4 p.m. because the Commission will have to meet in camera to consider the resolutions. I'm giving the floor now to the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Honorable Chair, Commissioners, honorable members of National Human Rights Institution, members of the Diplomatic Corps, international organizations, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my greetings and thank all the members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for their commitment and for the work that they have accomplished in building a fairer society based on values and rule of law. We are honored to take part in this constructive dialogue and at the same time to take part in the renewal of our collective commitment in the adoption of public policies that will generate innovative solutions in the area of protecting human rights. The Republic of Guinea-Bissau continues to be the defender of multilateralism and the central role of the African Union in defense of human dignity. It is important, and cannot be overemphasized, that after independence in 1973, Guinea-Bissau experienced a historic period marked by uncertainties with progress and backwardness. With the Constitution of 1981, democratic bedrock was laid, political liberalization and fundamental rights were established, in which the human person was placed at the center of the objectives of the state. The electoral system from constitutional dignity, regulated by the people through free and fair constitutional elections. Even in the less darker period of our history, we are succeeded in establish dignity and respect of a human being. We are working to strengthen our constitutional framework of promoting and protecting human rights. That is why, in accordance with this objective and in order to guarantee greater independence, a new statute of the National Commission on Human and People's Rights and Citizenship were adopted in 2024 in accordance with international standards. Similarly, the report for Universal Periodic Consideration concerning the fourth cycle of the International Pact on Civil and Political Rights of the Convention Against Torture and other cruel treatment, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination, Racial Discrimination, which were developed under the African Union. Our first report in the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Maputo Protocol is being finalized. This document, which will be presented next year, describes our identity, our history, our inalienable values of freedoms, dignity, and society based on justice. It narrates social and political progress over the past few years and identify challenges, future challenges. We also underscore with satisfaction the development of the above-mentioned document and plans to continue working for consolidating the achievements and strengthening our future efforts. They express our gratitude and convinced that we will always be stronger and capable of providing political responses that are more coherent in order to strengthen the bedrock of rule of law. On behalf of the Guinea-Bissau, I would like to thank the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, reiterate our commitment to the cause of humanity, and consequently we'll continue to work to strengthen the consolidation of rule of law in Guinea-Bissau. Thank you for your kind attention. I'm now going to give the floor to the Republic of Ethiopia.
Human and People's Rights, Honorable Vice Chairperson and Commissioners, distinguished delegates of the African Union member states, distinguished representatives of the Government of the Gambia, distinguished representatives of international organizations, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to address the African Commission on behalf of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. My delegation extends its appreciation to the government and people of the Gambia for the warm welcome accorded to our delegation since the time of our arrival. My delegation extends its congratulations to you, Honorable Idrissa Sow, on your election as chairperson, and to Honorable Hatim Esaim on your election as vice chairperson of the Commission, and would like to express our appreciation to the outgoing chairs for their dedicated service. I would like to assure you of our cooperation during your tenure. Honorable Chairperson, Ethiopia is committed to promote and protect human rights and engage regional and international mechanisms, including this august body, in a cooperative and constructive manner. As noted during the Commission's previous session, we submitted our periodic report on the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. We reiterate our commitment to implementing the accepted recommendations in the upcoming period. Ethiopia adheres to its commitments by expediting the ratification of human rights treaties, including the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, and implementing comprehensive legal reform that introduced progressive laws aimed at enhancing human rights protections and strengthening independent institutions. Among the key legislative reforms undertaken in the recent period are the new Labor Proclamation and the Special Economic Zone Proclamation that introduced, among others, a scheme for setting minimum wage. The legislation that deals with the expropriation of land holdings for public purposes, payments of compensation, and resettlement has been amended in 2024. In addition to the government's efforts to provide adequate and affordable houses for citizens, the Rent Control and Administration Proclamation has been adopted. A new health policy also was adopted, which focuses on addressing the contemporary needs of the sector and aimed at bringing structural transformation to the sector, particularly in rural areas of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has made significant strides in environmental protection and sustainable green economic growth. The inauguration of its self-financed Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam has added 5,150 megawatts to the national grid, opening the path to power millions of homes and enabling industrial expansion to fuel growth and create jobs. The Ethiopian government's Green Legacy Initiative continues to contribute to combating environmental degradation. In 2024-2025, the initiative saw the mobilization of Ethiopians in all four corners to plant more than 5 billion seedlings. Since its launching in 2019, the initiative has planted over 40 billion seedlings and contributed to raising forest cover to 23.5%, positioning the country as the front runner in nature-based climate solutions. Honorable Chairperson, Ethiopia remains firmly committed to preventing human rights violations and addressing past injustices to lay the groundwork for sustainable peace. Ongoing efforts focus on establishing the legal and institutional framework necessary to implement a comprehensive transitional justice policy that promotes accountability, truth-seeking, and reconciliation. In parallel, Ethiopia is making progress with the National Dialogue Initiative, which seeks to foster broad-based discussions and build national consensus. The government's efforts to end ongoing conflict in some parts of the country through peaceful dialogue are yielding increasing success, with many voluntarily disarming and returning to civilian life. The government continues to call on armed groups to come to the negotiating table. Honorable Chairperson, as one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, Ethiopia is showing steadfast progress in the advancement of economic, social, and cultural rights by prioritizing inclusive development, poverty reduction, and access to essential services. The government allocates 2/3 of its national budget to pro-poor sectors targeting education, healthcare, agriculture, natural resource management, roads, and water. In this endeavor, the government is implementing the homegrown economic reform designed to tackle structural macroeconomic challenges, boost sectoral productivity, and foster private sector growth. The reform aims to sustain rapid economic expansion, reduce debt vulnerabilities, and generate sustainable employment opportunities. To narrow the gender asset gap, a 5-year financial inclusion strategy has also been carried out, resulting in a noticeable increase in women's asset ownership. The government of Ethiopia has introduced a wide range of directives, manuals, and operational procedures aimed at progressively realizing the right to work. Beginning in 2024, digital platforms were launched to promote skill-based employment opportunities, particularly for the youth, women, and disadvantaged groups. Furthermore, notable efforts have been made to improve workers' welfare, strengthen financial security, and enhance social protection after retirement. The newly enacted Federal Civil Servants Proclamation of 2025 has also revised the pension adjustment period. Honorable Chairperson, Ethiopia has made substantial progress towards ensuring adequate standard of living through its large-scale urban and development projects. Ongoing efforts are being made to rebuild educational infrastructure and reiterate conflict-induced displaced students into schools. The government is working to restore access to education through school rehabilitation initiatives and emergency education assistance. Measures are also being taken to provide psychological support to students affected by the conflict. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, let me express the commitment of the Ethiopian government to diligently work and engage with the Commission to promote the effective promotion and protection of human rights. I thank you.
Je vous remercie. Je donne la
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, commissioners, members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, dear participants, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of the Republic of Gambia for its generous hospitality to all the participants in this session, and would like to express our deep gratitude and appreciation to the Commission for its promotion of the human rights system in Africa. We would like to congratulate the new Bureau of the Commission and wish them full success in their noble mission, hoping that they will continue their efforts as part of to ensure the autonomy and interest of the African person on all parts of Africa, regardless of politics that may exercise pressure on them. Mr. Chair, His Excellency Samuel Dondo Kofka wondered how come there is reticence. We add our voice to that of the minister, that any ignorance, oversight of role of the Commission under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, regardless of the various justification, will not serve its clear mission regarding the observation of all violations committed on the continent, regardless of the perpetrators. We as member states and also African organizations, we are required to carry out our responsibilities when it comes to the promotion of human rights in our countries and on the continent. And we have to do everything possible to protect the African person from injustice and repression, regardless of the perpetrators. In this regard, Mr. Chair, we call on the Commission to implement the resolutions issued by the Executive Council of the African Union, that is to send a delegation on fact-finding mission. Mr. Chair, in light of the massive violation of human rights and the serious consequences on the human dignity, and that leads to extremism and endangers peace and security in Africa, we should do everything to ensure security everywhere. The Sahrawi Republic has come up with policies that protect its citizens and people from the scourge of such a phenomenon. It has come up with an initiative of destroying the anti-personnel mines that attain about 20,400 20 mines in the presence of international observers and the United Nations mission in the Western Sahara, MINUSO. Ladies, Chairperson and ladies and gentlemen, the Sahara Republic being the last African colony, and despite the existence of external occupation on our land and the exploitation of our resources supported by Israel and France and other countries, our government has come up with reforms regarding human rights and expand also individual and collective freedoms, and to ensure transparency and ensure justice and equality through organic laws in many areas. We have given special assistance, importance also to health and the safety of women, especially during pregnancy and before delivery. And the Sahrawi Republic is rarely affected by diseases and pandemics through a national strategic plan through which national health policies that have targeted women and has vaccinated or provided all types of vaccinations for its population to a rate of 80%. We would also, and there are obstetrical measures also taken in order to fight against tetanus among women, and we have been able, thank God, to mitigate and reduce post-natal deaths and maternal deaths, a rate of decline of 55%. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, despite the current challenges, especially within the framework of occupation of our land, we welcome and commend the position of the Commission regarding the situation of the Palestinian people, with whom we suffer the same plight in terms of repression, siege, and occupation of their land. We look forward to full cooperation with the African Commission on Human People's Rights for the protection and promotion of human rights. We welcome the intensification of efforts by state parties and international community to ensure the aspirations of peoples of Africa to build a peaceful Africa, and that contributes to the construction of a civilization based on dignity and human rights. Thank you. The Commission takes note of your statement. I give now the floor to South Africa for its request of the right of reply made previously but not reflected on the list. You can use your right to reply in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
I'm obliged to take the floor to respond to some comments made earlier this week concerning the protection of whistleblowers and human rights defenders, as well as Operation Dudula. I take the floor in the exercise of South Africa's right to reply. Honorable Chairperson, my delegation recognizes the significant role whistleblowers have played and continue to play in the fight against corruption in South Africa. Moreover, my delegation is aware that whistleblowers face severe retaliation and reprisals. It is against this background that the South African government is currently amending the Protected Disclosure Act 26 of 2000, also known as the Whistleblowers Act and Witness Protection Act. Through our national mechanism, we identify some gaps in the Protected Disclosures Act of 2000. The proposed amendments will ensure enhanced protection of whistleblowers. The Whistleblower Protection Bill is at an advanced stage and is due to be introduced to Parliament. It is also important to highlight that additional protection of whistleblowers is also embedded in the Criminal Procedure Act of 1997, amongst others. These pieces of legislation ensure that law enforcement agencies protect the identity of whistleblowers and ensure that those close to the whistleblowers are not exposed to harm. Should law enforcement break the confidentiality code, they may face disciplinary action, which can lead to them being fired from their employment, charged, and face prosecution. In addition, we have witness protection programs that is accessible to the whistleblowers. We therefore dispute, Chair, any assertion in this commission that the South African government is not protecting whistleblowers. Regarding death threats or acts of intimidation against human rights defenders, the government acknowledges the concerns expressed. South Africa strongly condemns any form of intimidation, harassment, or violence directed at individuals and organizations advocating for human rights. The state has intensified measures to strengthen law enforcement capacity, ensure accountability for violation, and enhance coordination between government and civil society to create a safer environment for human rights workers. Chairperson, concerning the treatment of foreign nationals and access to health and schooling service, it is the South African government's position that the reported actions which aimed at blocking foreign nationals from access to health services and school stand in direct violation of the Constitution of South Africa, which affirms the foundational values of human dignity, equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. These rights are not subject to an individual's nationality or immigration status. Denying individuals health care or education based on their origin is a violation of our laws and values as a nation. Additionally, South Africa is a signatory to several regional and international agreements that protect some of these rights. Therefore, the reported incidents of intimidation or exclusion of healthcare facilities and schools, often instigated by vigilant groups, are deeply regrettable and not reflective of government policy. Finally, Chair, the government of the Republic of South Africa has taken a firm and uncompromising commitment to tackling the growing challenges of water infrastructure sabotage and the criminal activities of the so-called water mafias that continue to undermine our democracy, efforts to effectively render service delivery, and violate the fundamental constitutional right to water. In order to deal with these challenges, the government has intensified its collaboration with law enforcement agencies and all levels of government to ensure that those behind the sabotage are identified and prosecuted. Furthermore, the government will focus on the implementation of the 2025 National Water and Sanitation Indaba Resolution, which prioritize infrastructure protection strategies, public education, campaigns, and partnerships with law enforcement agencies. I will share the statement with the Commission Chairperson. I submit.
The Commission would like to thank you and takes good note of your statement. I'll close now the list of requests for statements. Now I'll call on Human Rights Commission, Kenya, the Human Rights Commission of Kenya. I call on the Human Rights Commission of Cameroon. Yes,
De me céder la parole, Monsieur le Président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, je vous félicite à mon...
I, in my turn, would like to congratulate you on your election, and I also address the same congratulations to the Vice Chairperson, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, participants. It is with great delight that I extend to the Commission for taking the floor here at this ordinary session of the African human rights mechanisms. The current statement has great significance because the written copy has been sent digitally. There is one major point, that is the major and topical issue is the presidential election that took place in my country on the 12th of October. The situation, the electoral situation right now, until now, and the promulgation of the Electoral Commission has been marked by violence and the reject of a famous opposition leader, presidency or candidate was rejected. What we confirm, and everything has been confirmed by the Constitutional Court, and many abuses have been committed by in the media, comprising hate speech. They were listed by the Human Rights Commission by Cameroon by September 2025. Nearly 8 million Cameroonians have elected their future president on 12th of October. Nearly all the observers who expressed their views on the issue, including the African Union and the Human Rights Commission of Cameroon, believe that despite the many irregularities committed, as it is the case everywhere in all universal suffrage and any football match, this regulation does not tamper with the sincerity of the election. So the winner will be in line with the will of the majority of voters. So as part of this election, three focal points, electoral focus, were appointed to take care of, to be in charge of the election. So nearly all the commissioners were sent in order to supervise the presidential elections together with regional antennas in the 10 regions of the country. The distribution of voter, the register, and has helped Cameroonians to ensure the accuracy of the voter register. The Human Rights Commission of Cameroon on the 30th of June 2025, in partnership with the Francophone Human Rights Organization, organized 6 workshops from the 21st of August in 2025 in Boya, in Yaoundé, and in the center, in the interest of law enforcement forces under the auspices of the United Nations for Democracy and Human Rights in Central Africa. They launched by Election Cameroon on 11th August, that a hotline in order to reveal any inaccuracy when it comes to elections. The publication by the Human Rights Commission of a press committee related to the president's elections. On this occasion, it called the respect of human rights throughout the electoral process and came up with recommendations, especially with regard to neutrality, against the mobilization of children and media coverage, the respect of dissemination of notices and better coordination of the campaign trail by various political parties in the voting office. Before the elections, there is a major incident characterized by the claim by the opposition leader of his victory of the elections, as it is condemned by the Electoral Commission. So this is in line, these various claims are anti-constitutional of government. We repeat the claims to insurrection and disinformation by pirating local radio stations that issues reports, and this has led to the surge of hate speech by some ethnic groups like Bete and Bamileke, and the target of messages that are violent, that call for sometimes genocide and separation, and this auto-proclamation of the candidate is also followed by pillage by some people, especially in Garwa, the major town of city of his region of origin. As for the presidential election, and since the presidential of 2018 should be noted, there are some observations, and we should note that these tensions do not exist during previous elections, legislative, senatorial, or municipal. The Human Rights Commission of Cameroon has come up with some acts upstream and downstream of the election and came up with a summary that is found in the written declaration submitted to the Commission. Thank you. The Commission thanks you and takes note of this declaration. I call on the Human Rights Commission and Good Governance of Tanzania to take the floor. So I call on the Human Rights Commission of Senegal, Mrs. Fatou Dia. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, honorable commissioners, colleagues, Human Rights Commission, National Human Rights Commission colleagues, the National Human Rights Commission of Senegal has the honor to present at this 85th ordinary session of the Commission the situation of human rights from 2024 and 25. You would understand why we chose this period. But before this, allow me to express on behalf of the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission of Senegal to express my congratulations to the chairperson of the Commission, Idriss Sow, on his election, as well as to all the commissioners, and wish them a mandate that is full of success in the interest of Africa, where human rights is promoted. Mr. Chair, Senegal has promoted during this highly tense period politically, despite recurrent demonstrations and social instability and so on. And this tension is a legacy of the crisis of 2021, has led to the excessive use of force, electrical outages and so on, and the closure of the media and the systematic prohibition of demonstrations. Despite all this, the presidential election that took place on the 24th of March 24 and the peaceful transfer of power indicates strongly the democratic resilience of the country. Regarding civic rights, the Commission established procedures has led to impunity, contrary to the obligations of Senegal by virtue of civil rights and the Charter of the African Commission. The close of media and intermittent courts of the internet violates the right to expression and the press in violation of the African Charter. As for the prisoner situation, the detention conditions has been the major concern. Senegalese prisons who stayed during this period more than nearly 13,000 detainees for only 5,000 people, so an overpopulation of 150%, preventive detention, protracted preventive detention, and this violates the African Charter provisions, sanitary and nutrition conditions declined, and this as a result, the Commission asks for a total reform of the prison conditions in Senegal. As for judicial delays, major delays exist in investigations on human rights, especially those related to demonstrations that took place between 21 and 2024. The amnesty law adopted in March 2024 has helped to ensure political appeasement, but lacks investigation on the rights of the truth and reconciliation for the victims. And there are violations of the rights of children. More than 2,000 minors were detained, and this violates the convention pertaining to the right of the child and the welfare of the child. This phenomenon regarding street children shows the limitations of national protection of the people. Women have not been spared. They are the victims of also the economic consequences of the situation. Gender violence is very high. More than 6,500 cases have been identified with regard to sexual violence and early marriage, despite laws that fight against gender discrimination and so on. And FGM exists in certain rural areas and require proper policies in this regard. As for the people with disabilities, the rate starts at 3% in 2024. Less than 10% benefit from equality of opportunities, and access to education and infrastructure is limited. Totally different from the rights related to persons with disabilities under the African Charter. So, and this act is welcomed by the Senegalese Commission. As for economic rights, we've noted the economic decline that has seriously affected the informal sector, which constitutes about more than 80% of employment. Many workers have lost their incomes without compensation. And inequalities exist in the rural area without access to health, education, and employment. The rate of unemployment has risen to 20.3%. The youths and women are the most affected, and the working conditions that are precarious are rampant in violation of the International Labour Organization convention. As for human rights in the extractive industries is worrying, especially expropriation without adequate compensation in areas like Kedugu. They violate the right to land and healthy environment. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, the Senegalese Human Rights Commission welcomes the democratic progress of Senegal and the peaceful transition of power. However, it invites or requests the government to guarantee peaceful demonstration and ensure human rights and improve detention conditions and reduce the prison population and improve the rights of women, the person with disabilities and children, and ensure environmental justice and socio-economic rights, and finalize and implement the National Plan on Human Rights. Mr. Chair, the Senegalese Human Rights Commission reiterates its commitment to promoting its human rights mission independently in accordance with the Paris Principles and the African Charter. The Commission would like to thank you and takes note of your statement, and has taken note of it. Thank you. We will now add additional time and request some ONGs that are on the list, because as you know, yesterday we received information that some of them, some delegates were supposed to travel, so the commission make some adjustments because of these concerns so as to enable them to make their statements. Thank you.
I shall close of the list of NHIs, and I shall now call on women's leaders for development.
RFLD is deeply honored to present this statement at a moment when our continent confronts both the shadow of historical injustice and the urgent realities of contemporary human rights violations. As a woman-led organization operating across sub-Saharan Africa, RFLD has witnessed challenges facing women, human rights violation defenders, and civil society over the past year. Our regional data center, called DONU-YESE, has documented that 55% of African women parliamentarians now face online attacks, transforming digital space from a platform of empowerment into a gender battlefield where activism comes at a devastating personal cost. 73% of women human rights defenders receive direct threats via digital platforms. 89% of deepfake survivors are women who have stood against injustice, revealing how artificial intelligence technology is being deliberately weaponized to terrorize women advocates. The sexual and gender-based violence statistics reveal catastrophic reality across sub-Saharan Africa that demand immediate reparative action. One of 3 women continues to experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. Yet 89% of SGBV cases are never reported to authorities. A silence born of systemic failure in injustice systems that have perpetuated impunity for centuries. Trafficking of women and girls has increased by 35% between 2020 to 2025, with 68% of female trafficking victims under 25-year-olds. This represents not merely a criminal justice failure, but a continuation of historical pattern of exploitation that reparation frameworks must address. The economic impact of this violence cost Africa's economy $12.9 billion annually in low productivity, while women's economic participation dropped by 23% in high violence regions. While celebrating that 46 out of 55 African Union states have ratified the Maputo Protocol in August 2025, we must confront the stark implementation failure that render legal progress meaningless for millions of women. Only 23% of ratifying states have fully domesticated the protocol into national law, while 67% of cases brought under the protocol face procedural delay extended 2 years. Disinformation campaigns against women leaders increased 400% during election period, while 67% fact attacks related to gender issues face dispute by state actors seeking to control narrative about women's rights. Social media algorithms amplify anti-women content by 200% compared to natural content, creating digital environment hostile to women's participation. Women journalists face 3 times more online harassment than male colleagues, systematically excluding women's voices from public discourse and democratic debate. Honorable Commissioners, as we engage with this year's reparation team, we must ensure that historical redress addresses the specific way that slavery, colonialism, and systematic racism have impacted women and marginalized communities. Reparation cannot be meaningful if they fail to address how historical injustices created contemporary vulnerability that makes women target for digital violence, exclusion, economic exclusion, and systematic silencing. We respectfully call upon this distinguished commission to, first, conduct urgent country mission to document the escalating crisis facing women human rights defenders. Second, ensure the operationalization of protection mechanisms specifically addressing the intersection of historical injustice and contemporary violence against women, ensuring that reparation frameworks strengthen rather than ignore women's current vulnerabilities. The Africa we want cannot be built on the continued silencing of women's voices. True reparation must transform not only we address historical injustices, but how we protect contemporary advocates working to prevent their repetition. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
The Commission
thanks you and takes due note of your recommendations. I now give the floor to Committee Initiative for Health. 5 minutes.
Of female lawyers of Liberia. I thank the African Commission for the opportunity to speak at 85th Ordinary Session. CHI is a Liberian feminist organization that have worked in Liberia since 2014. AFIA is an association of legal professionals dedicated to advancing human rights and women's rights in Liberia. Together, we present this position on the urgent need to criminalize FGM in Liberia, female genital mutilation. FGM is a grave violation of human rights and a torture. The World Health Organization defined FGM as procedure that remove or injure the female genital for non-medical reasons. The practice inflicts severe, often irreversible physical and psychological harm, undermines sexual reproductive health and rights, and interrupts girls' education, perpetuating inequality and disempowerment. Honorable Commissioner, we respect cultural heritage, but no traditional justified practices that harm women and girls. FGM is incompatible with Liberia's constitutional guarantee of life, liberty, and personal security with the international and regional obligation that prohibit torture, cruel, inhuman on women and girls. Honorable Commissioner, earlier this year, over 500 girls, ranging from 2 weeks to 12 years old, was forcefully initiated and mutilated in Liberia. We welcome the leadership shown by the President Joseph Yima Boakai when at the UNGA, he called for a permanent ban on harmful traditional practices, including FGM. High-level statements are important, but must be translated into effective enforceable law. The African Commission has called clear that soft law measure and policy statements are insufficient. Explicit criminalization is required to protect vulnerable women and girls and to hold perpetrators accountable. Accordingly, we urgently call on the government of Liberia and the legislature to take the following concrete steps without delay. Issue an executive order banning the practice of FGM immediately. Expedite an act of specific legislation that criminalizes all forms of FGM. Provide for prevention, protection, access to justice, and remedy for survivors, and allocate resources for enforcement and survivor support. To the African Commission, we respectfully respect your support in the following way. Urge the government of Liberia to adopt an immediate ban and to prioritize drafting and passing comprehensive FGM legislation. Recommend monitoring and reporting mechanisms to track compliance and protection for survivors. Provide technical assistance to ensure that legislation is survivor-centered, culturally sensitive, and consistent with Liberia's regional and international obligations, and support community-led prevention programs, survivor services, and training of health, justice, and law enforcement actors. The continuous tolerance of FGM is a profound injustice and a direct assault on the dignity and rights of women and girls. With presidential leadership on the record, Liberia can align its laws with its human rights obligation laid by example in the region. We stand ready to collaborate with the Commission, the government of Liberia, traditional leaders, and affected community to ensure the protection, healing, and dignity of survivors, and to secure the full eradication of this harmful practice. Thank you, Commissioner, for your attention and for your continuous work to uphold the rights of women and girls in Africa. Thank you.
The Commission thanks you and takes due note of your statement. I now give the floor to the Federation of Women Lawyers. Afrobarometer, you have the floor. Youth and society.
On your election to the Bureau of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We look forward to strengthening our engagement and working closely with the Commission in pursuit of our shared goals of advancing human rights and good governance across the continent. Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners and distinguished delegates, Afrobarometer thanks the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the opportunity to contribute to this important session. As a Pan-African, non-partisan survey research network operating in more than 35 countries, Afrobarometer exists to amplify African citizens' voices on democracy, governance, and human rights. Our latest flagship report, titled African Insights 2024, Democracy at Risk, the People's Perspective, reflects the views of more than 53,000 citizens across 39 countries, representing over 3/4 of Africa's population. The findings from this flagship report provide both cause for optimism and concern. From this report, we find that there is continued demand for democracy, as 2/3 of Africans say they prefer democracy to any other system of government. Large majorities, they reject one-man rule, which is 80%, one-party rule, 78%, and military rule, 66%. Citizens of Africa, they remain committed to key democratic norms such as multi-party competition, presidential term limits, media freedom, and government accountability. We also see that there is declining satisfaction in supply, where fewer than half, 45% of Africans consider their countries fully or mostly democratic, and only 37% are satisfied with the way democracy works. Indicators of institutional accountability, such as presidential respect for parliament and the courts, have either stagnated at low levels or declined. There's also concerns around elections, with while three quarters still see elections as the best way to choose leaders. Support has declined from 83% in 2014, which is an 8-point drop over the past decade. Citizens increasingly question whether elections are free, fair, and effective in holding leaders accountable. There is also corruption and accountability deficits. Nearly 6 in 10 Africans, they say corruption has increased in their country in the past year, and 2/3 believe their governments are failing in the fight against corruption. At the same time, a growing majority demand that governments be accountable to citizens, even more than being effective in getting things done. When you look at lived poverty and human rights realities, our data remind us that democracy cannot be separated from citizens' lived experiences of human rights. In 2024, nearly half of Africans, 46%, experienced moderate or high lived poverty, including frequent shortages of food, 45%, clean water, 37%, medical care, 45%, cooking fuel, 52%, and cash income, 68%. These are not only economic challenges, but fundamental rights that underpin human dignity. There's also rights across society. Our data highlight gaps in the realization of specific rights protected under African Union instruments such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. Persistent gender gaps mark women's participation in democratic life, while young Africans, though strongly supportive of accountability, remain less engaged in elections and formal politics. Citizens point to education, healthcare, and unemployment as top priorities, underlying that social and economic rights remain central to their democratic expectations. These concerns resonate with the African Youth Charter, the Maputo Protocol, and Agenda 2063's vision of inclusive rights-based governance. There's also a rise of tolerance for military intervention, with more than 53% of citizens saying they would accept military intervention when elected leaders abuse power, a finding that underscores frustration with weak governance, but also signals risk to constitutional order and human rights. These findings highlight a widening gap between citizens' democratic aspirations and the realities they experience. Africans remain resilient in their support for democracy, but their patience is not unlimited. How long will African citizens continue to uphold trust in institutions and systems that do not offer them better outcomes? Restoring trust requires strengthening institutions of accountability, ensuring integrity in elections.
Monsieur, je vous prie maintenant de conclure, s'il vous plaît. Le temps qui vous est imparti est épuisé.
We thank the Commission for its leadership in safeguarding the rights and aspirations of African people and look forward to continued collaboration in ensuring that the voices of citizens remain central to Africa's governance agenda. I thank you.
Je vous remercie. J'appelle maintenant SOS Information juridique multisectorielle. Vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole, honorable président. Honorable président, honorable commissaire, distingués participants.
Distinguished participants, I'm taking the floor on behalf of SOS Legal Information Multi-Sector to draw your attention to the alarming human rights situation in DRC. And I welcome the continued cooperation between my country and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which preserves this indispensable space for the defense of human dignity. For more than 3 decades, the DRC has been going through a tragedy blighted by a war of aggression, brutal exploitation of national resources at the expense of thousands of Congolese lives. Today, the province in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I mentioned Kivu, Ituri, the people, the civilians, they continue to bear the brunt of the proliferation of armed groups. And I can mention Codeco, ADF, Zaire, etc. And especially the AFC M23 supported by foreign powers and some governments of neighboring countries, as confirmed by the various reports of the United Nations. The clashes are being these clashes are, they claim, are being waged in the name of the public, but it's civilians who bear the brunt, and rape is used as a weapon of war. Strikes against displacement camps, destruction of schools and hospitals, forced recruitment of youth, including children, targeted assassination, and forced exile of human rights defenders and journalists, and economic paralysis in the occupied area, restriction of movements, and the exposure to diseases. With more than 7 million internally displaced persons, today the DRC is witnessing an unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Africa. And this tragedy does not only affect the Congolese people currently, it's also it should also be the concern of the entire continent. In the face of this situation, Honorable Chairperson, we want to state that impunity has been driving this violence and weakens any durable peace. That's why we call for the establishment of an international tribunal for the Democratic Republic of Congo, we welcome some positive steps taken nationally, especially the law to protect human rights defenders and the establishment of National Reparation Fund, as well as the adoption of important laws to protect human rights. But as long as the judiciary is instrumentalized, as long as civic space is restricted and arbitrary arrests go on, as well as the suspension of the death penalty go on, we will not see much progress. The restriction of the protection of rights should be effective. We believe that after 30 years of great crisis in DRC, with loss of about 10 million Congolese lives, it's high time we delivered justice to the victims, honored their memory, and prevented the repetition of these atrocities. Honorable Chairperson, honorable commissions, in closing, we want to call on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to continue to unequivocally condemn the crimes perpetrated in DRC and include in its resolution strong actions against impunity in the DRC. We call on the Congolese government to protect fundamental freedoms and guarantee the security of human rights defenders, lawyers, civil society actors, and ensure real opening of the civic space. Finally, we invite the African Union to impose bold sanctions against states and those responsible for aggression and support peace initiatives in the region. We urge the African countries and the international community to officially recognize the genocide perpetrated in the Democratic Republic of Congo and support the DRC in the process of establishing transitional justice mechanisms. Honorable Chairperson, honorable commissioners, distinguished participants, at this stage, permit me to say humbly that the DRC does not need compassion statements, but concrete action, justice, African and international solidarity in order to end the impunity and build a future of peace and dignity. Thank you. The Commission takes note of your recommendation and thanks you. I call the Union of Pan-African Lawyers. They here.
Congratulations on your appointment. I will ride on the existing protocols. The Pan-African Lawyers Union urges the African Commission to establish an independent rapporteur on public debt, tax justice, illicit financial flows, and human rights. The complex interplay between public debt, tax, and illicit financial flows undermines economic stability and the realization of socio-economic rights in Africa. The African continent has a debt overhang of 685.5 billion. This is 5 times the aggregate health budget of the continent. For many African countries, a greater portion of their tax resources are diverted towards debt repayments, thereby dwindling budgetary finance for health, education, and other social safety nets. The continent is losing a tune of 90 billion through illicit financial flows. They are manifesting themselves through tax evasion, tax avoidance, money laundering, etc. This severely limits states' ability to invest in essential services and uphold human rights. Socio-economic rights remain under-prioritized compared to civil and political rights, despite their central role in human dignity and development. It is important to note that some of the civic and political rights that we are talking about are as a result of poor social service delivery. We strongly believe that an independent rapporteur would elevate socio-economic rights to equal standing with other human rights. We appreciate continental efforts by institutions such as the Department of Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Mining, the African Tax Administrators Forum, and various working groups on illicit financial flows, tax and extractives. However, there is need to consolidate these fragmented efforts on public debt, tax, and combating illicit financial flows. There is also the need to balance the technical, political, and putting a human face to debt, tax, and illicit financial flows. In many spaces, issues of debt and tax and illicit financial flows are technical. So the appointment of the rapporteur would put a human face to these issues that the continent is grappling with. The rapporteur will also monitor the human rights impacts of fiscal and debt policies, promote transparency, accountability, and inclusive governance, support regional cooperation and global advocacy for debt, tax, and illicit financial flows, develop guiding principles to address the structural challenges. We therefore recommend the African Commission to establish the mandate of an independent rapporteur on debt, tax, and illicit financial flows, ensure adequate resources and institutional support for this mandate, facilitate collaboration with regional and international bodies working on debt, fiscal justice, and socioeconomic rights. Issue number 2, addressing human rights violations in East Africa. PALU is deeply concerned about the escalating human rights violations in Africa ahead of key elections. These include crackdown on dissent and censorship of opposing views, harassment of journalists, human rights defenders, and religious leaders, persecution of political opponents through internet shutdowns, enforced disappearances, torture, extrajudicial killings, and unfair trials, including before military courts. These repressive actions instill fear, especially among youth expressing themselves online or through peaceful protests, undermine democratic participation and civic engagement, and are compounded by the failure of states to implement regional human rights decisions, particularly those related to electoral justice. We therefore recommend the Commission to monitor and document human rights violations in East Africa, investigate and ensure reparations for victims, activate early warning and rapid response systems to prevent further escalation, follow up with states on the implementation of previous Commission decisions and resolutions, engage governments, civic society, regional courts to ensure the protection of civic space and the integrity of upcoming elections. Thank you.
La Commission vous remercie.
For your statement. I now give the floor to Alliance for Africa.
Member states of the African Union ratified the Maputo Protocol, with the most recent ratification by the Central African Republic. However, we express our concerns about the 9 members who have not ratified the Maputo Protocol. We call on the African Commission to continue urging Burundi, Chad, Egypt, Eritrea, Madagascar, Morocco, Niger, Somalia, and Sudan to urgently ratify the protocol. We further call upon the African Commission to urge member states who have placed reservations on the Maputo Protocol to lift the reservations to ensure that African women fully benefit from all the rights enshrined within the protocol. Over 20 years after ratifying the Maputo Protocol in 2004, Nigerian women remain dramatically underrepresented in governance, with women occupying 4 out of 109 seats, that's 2.7% in the Senate, and 17 out of 360 seats, that's 4.7% in the House of Representatives. Structural barriers such as patriarchal norms, financial exclusion, electoral violence, and political party gatekeeping perpetuate women's exclusion, undermining Nigeria's democracy and weakening policy responsiveness to gendered realities. We urge the African Commission to call on Nigeria to comply with Article 9 of the Maputo Protocol by adopting constitutional, legislative, and policy reforms, including a 50-50 party quota to guarantee women equal participation in governance. On July 11, 2025, Africa marked 22 years since the adoption of the Maputo Protocol, which has been a critical driver of progress for women's rights in the continent. but its implementation has been increasingly underfunded and politically sidelined. In recent years, backsliding on gender equality policies has at times been explicit, where normative commitments have been removed. Women's rights movements and organizations are being defunded and forced to use minimal available funding to resist backlash, while their policy and civic spaces continue to shrink and women human rights defenders face heightened risks. The Solidarity for African Women's Rights Coalition urges the Commission to take action about the growing backlash against women and girls' rights and to ensure gains towards gender equality are not rolled back. Thank you.
The Commission would like to thank you and now invite Avocats Sans Frontières Canada, Lawyers Without Borders Canada. The interpreter cannot hear the speaker very well. Her microphone is echoing, and the interpreter has trouble hearing her. Sexual violence related to African conflicts and slavery. 31 March 2012 in Gao, Mrs. X, who was pregnant, 2 months pregnant, was violently assaulted by 3 men, gang raped, and beatings and injuries. She lost the child. So it took place in 2016 and never been investigated. She still lives in vulnerability and has been abandoned by justice. This is not an isolated case. It is that of thousands of women in Mali. Sexual violence in armed conflicts persists without any legal response or reparations. 2005 cases were raised in July 2024, and this led to 11 deaths. Between 2001 and 2022, this number of cases doubled from 6,600 to more than 14,000. The situation is alarming, Honorable Chairperson. Our research points out that the legal framework of Mali is still has a lot of gaps. Discriminatory laws, access to justice is a privilege and not a right. The magistrates are overwhelmed, lawyers are scarce, and the northern courts not work properly. It takes root in a context where some adverse traditional practices limit the empowerment of women and girls. This scourge is worsened by the shrinking of civic space in Mali, insecurity, armed conflicts, enforced displacements, and the collapse of community structures. This is not by chance. It is systemic and political. It betrays Mali's commitment to the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. Only 1.8% of the budget was allocated to justice. With regard to slavery, 800,000 people will be born in a status of slavery in Mali. 200,000 live in direct control of their masters. Slavery is still a reality in Mali, and discrimination leads to economic exclusion and the systemic violations of the human rights concern, or the people's rights concern. Today, an alarming situation is developing in the Sangosi and Timbuktu regions. The kidnapping of children and families who are considered as slaves. We have identified about 50 children, and the youngest of them are 3 years old, kidnapped by the former masters of their parents. Among them, about 20 were identified and localized in the region of Timbuktu, Honorable Chairperson. We recommend the African Commission on Human People's Rights to call on the state of Mali to make the national reparation policy effective, especially for victims of sexual violence, and guarantee access of survivors to medical care and reintegration into the economy. Document the cases of kidnapping of children
require the freedom of children identify and prosecute the perpetrators. The theme of this year is focused on African solidarity. It actually ties in with the Ubuntu philosophy, I am because you are. It transcends a narrative and makes solidarity a concrete reality. Injustice done to women and children in the north of family is all of our concern. It is high time we mobilize political will and the necessary resources to establish a African fund for reparations for victims of for their victims, because African solidarity cannot remain a slogan. It has to be a concrete pillar of justice and transformation. And finally, the sustainable prevention of the violation of human rights depends on education of human rights. We'd like to call on the Commission, to African Commission, to adopt a resolution on the importance of the education on human rights as a cornerstone for a culture of peace and the respect of fundamental rights. Thank you very much. The Commission would like to thank you as taken due note of your recommendations. I now invite the ONCT. The ONCT, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Of Egypt's human rights situation between 2019 and 2024. What we document is not a failure of governance. It's a system designed to silence, disappear, and break anyone who dares to dissent. In Egypt, arbitrary detention is the architecture of repression. Courts recycle cases through rotation to trap people indefinitely. In 2024 alone, terrorism courts issued 45,965 detention renewal orders without a single release, while 2,413 people were actually released through presidential pardons or prosecution decisions between 2022 and 2024. This was vastly outnumbered by the 6,899 new arrests in the same period, which illustrates that the machinery of repression continues to expand. Enforced disappearance is state policy. Since 2015, more than 4,300 people have vanished, 821 between August 2022 and August 2023 alone. Some victims resurface broken, others appear in mass trials, some never return. In Egypt, torture is systemic and widespread. Between 2020 and 2022, 234 people died in detention. In 2024, 55 torture incidents and 50 preventable custodial deaths were recorded. In 2025 alone, by October, 42 more people have died in custody, including 9 in the new so-called model prisons. Since 2013, more than 1,300 deaths occurred in detention facilities. Between 2019 and 2022, 1,100 defendants were tried before emergency courts without appeal rights. In December 2022, 184 civilians were sentenced by military courts, 5 to death, 31 to life. In January 2023, 83 defendants, including 23 children, were sentenced disregarding torture allegations. In Egypt, the death penalty is a weapon of terror. It remains entrenched across 104 legal provisions, making the right to life the exception rather than the norm. In 2024, 380 citizens were sentenced to death. 13 were executed. Egypt remains among the world's top executioners. Civic space has been obliterated. During the 2023 presidential elections, 128 members of opposition candidate at Tantawi's campaign were arrested. Since October 2023, 203 people protesting in solidarity with Palestine were arrested in different cases. 128 remain imprisoned. This repression is compounded by systematic discrimination, as religious minorities face persecution. 86% of women and girls have undergone FGM. Nearly 1 in 20 girls aged 15 to 17 is or was married. 151 femicide cases were documented in 1 year. Yet Egypt refuses to ratify the Maputo Protocol. Public spending on health and education, that too remains far below constitutional requirements. Honorable Commissioners, Egypt sits before you during this session, projecting an image of stability and reform. But stability built on fear is not peace or justice. Prisons dressed in modern architecture like Badr and Wadi Natrun are still prisons, and compliance performed for international audiences while violating the African Charter daily is not compliance at all. We urge this commission to call on Egypt to end arbitrary detention, enforce disappearance and torture immediately, and establish an independent investigative mechanism with real prosecutorial powers. Release all those imprisoned for exercising their fundamental rights to expression, association, and assembly. Stop all executions and impose an official moratorium on the death penalty. Ratify the Maputo Protocol without delay and guarantee protection for women and girls. Recognize and protect all religious and belief communities from persecution. And finally, fulfill constitutional obligations to invest in health, education, housing, and labor protections, not in expanding in the machinery of repression. In doing so, we ask the Commission to insist on concrete timelines, verification visits, and a mechanism to monitor implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. La Commission vous remercie. J'appelle Jeunesse et Société.
The floor, please. Youth and Society, the floor is yours.
On behalf of Youth and Society, and in solidarity with millions of young Africans across our continent. Today, we stand before you with one profound proposal: to respectfully urge the Commission to consider the establishment of a special mechanism on the rights of youth in Africa. Honorable Chairperson, African youth, estimated at over 400 million, constitute not only the continent's largest demographic, but also a greatest potential for progress. Yet, they continue to face entrenched inequalities in education, employment, economic participation, political participation, and access to digital technologies, among others. These barriers undermine their fundamental rights and curtail their contribution to Africa's socio-economic and democratic transformation. While existing subsidiary mechanisms of the Commission play commendable roles, none are explicitly mandated to address the distinct and complex human rights challenges faced by African youth. This gap in accountability underscores the urgent need for a dedicated mechanism that can bring focus, visibility, and strategic action to youth-related human rights issues within the Commission's framework. The establishment of a special rapporteur or a working group on the rights of youth in Africa will not only enhance the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, but also ensure the aspirations of the young Africans to meaningfully participate in the human rights agenda of the African continent. A dedicated mechanism would enable the Commission to conduct comprehensive studies, produce fact-finding reports, and engage directly with states parties and stakeholders to advance the rights of African youth. Honorable Chairperson, this call is consistent with the spirit of the Commission's Resolution 347 of 2015 on human rights issues affecting the African youth, which recognized the pressing need to address youth marginalization, unemployment, lack of access to decision-making structures, and the forced migration. The African Youth Charter, adopted in 2006, provides a solid continental framework for youth empowerment and participation. However, Honorable Chairperson, without a corresponding monitoring and enforcement mechanism, the Charter remains largely aspirational. At present, there is no dedicated structure within the African Commission to track the implementation of the Youth Charter or ensure consistent promotion and protection of youth rights. Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Rule 25 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission 2020, this Commission has a unique opportunity to establish a mechanism within its mandate to promote and protect the rights of African youth. By establishing a dedicated mechanism on youth, the Commission would take a groundbreaking and visionary step, affirming that African youth are not merely recipients of development, but partners and rights holders whose voices, creativity, and innovation are indispensable to the continent's democratic and human rights advancement. In conclusion, Youth and Society has submitted a detailed proposal to the Commission for its consideration. Together with our partners, we stand ready to collaborate with the Commission in advancing this historic initiative towards a more inclusive, accountable, and youth-responsive African human rights system. We thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
La Commission vous remercie. Alors,
Thank you. As you might have noticed, we have a long list of requests for the floor. We're going to be obliged to finish at 5 p.m. So those who are going to take the floor, please help us to catch up the last time to allow as many NGOs as possible to express themselves. I'd like to invite the Center for Human Rights. Sandra Pulit, right along. Center for Human Rights, you have the floor, please. May the Honorable Commissioner.
Secretariat for successfully convening this 85th Ordinary Session. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, the Center for Human Rights addresses this session with both concern and urgency. Across the continent, we are witnessing regression in the protection of fundamental rights, from the erosion of sexual and reproductive rights to the shrinking of civic space, digital surveillance of activists, and the persistence of conflict and impunity. We therefore call on state parties and the African Commission to intensify coordinated action to halt these violations, to safeguard entrenched protections, and to strengthen follow-up mechanisms to ensure full implementation of decisions already adopted. We are concerned by the growing pattern of regression of entrenched protections of sexual and reproductive health rights across the continent. Several states are introducing restrictive laws and policies that limit access to safe abortion, comprehensive sexuality education, and reproductive health care services. In the Gambia, for instance, the recent move by the National Assembly to consider repealing the ban on female genital mutilation represents a direct threat to women's and girls' bodily integrity, while in Uganda and Malawi, the continued criminalization of abortion, even in life-threatening circumstances, denies women access to essential health care. These rollbacks, often justified under cultural or religious pretexts, endanger women's health and contravene state obligations and obligations under the Maputo Protocol and the African Charter. The CHR also notes the growing backlash against sexual and gender minorities, with several states advancing punitive legislation that criminalizes identity expression and association. In Uganda, the 2023 Anti-Homosexuality Act and similar measures submitted in Ghana and Kenya have emboldened violence and discrimination against LGBTQ persons. For example, NGOs have reported that within 14 months of Uganda's Anti-Homosexuality Act, some 850 lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex individuals experience evictions, violence, or arrest. Human Rights Watch has documented widespread discrimination and violence by states' actors since its passage. Such laws violate the principles of equality and dignity in the African Charter. The Center therefore calls on the Commission to build on its mandate under Resolution 275 to urge states to repeal discriminatory laws and to protect offenders working on sexual and gender minority rights. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, persistent implementation gaps continue to undermine the effectiveness of Africa's human rights systems. While most states have ratified key regional instruments, domestication and enforcement of decisions remain uneven, including for the decisions issued by this Commission. The Center commends this Commission's efforts to strengthen compliance, tracking, and follow-up mechanisms. The Commission should complement these efforts with a call to states to implement and ensure timely reporting of their implementation progress. We also urge the Commission to assert its mandate to issue meaningful reparations, especially in post-conflict contexts. We are concerned by the increasing violations of digital rights and privacy across the continent. Governments are deploying surveillance technologies, internet shutdowns, and restrictive cybercrime laws to stifle dissent and limit access to information. In 2024 alone, Africa witnessed a surge in internet shutdowns and used to stifle dissent and obstruct information. Relatedly, across the continent, civil society and youth protests are rising. Yet responses have often been harsh for protesters and human rights defenders. Arrests, bans, harassments, other restrictions. We call on the Commission to emphasize the obligation of states to guarantee freedom of assembly, seize reprisals, and adopt enabling laws for civic engagement. We further call on the Commission to deploy protective mechanisms more proactively and consider a resolution on protection of human rights defenders. Lastly, the CHR emphasizes the urgent need to address environmental justice and climate-related displacement. We note that the impacts of climate change, drought, floods, and food insecurity are disproportionately borne by women, children, and marginalized communities. States must operationalize the right to a healthy environment under the African Charter and adopt inclusive climate policies that uphold human rights. The Commission should consider establishing a special mechanism on climate change and human rights to guide and monitor state action in this regard. The Center wishes to reiterate its unwavering commitment to support the mandate of the African Commission. We remain dedicated to strengthening human rights protection in Africa through research, capacity building, advocacy, and litigation, and we stand ready to collaborate with the Commission in advancing our shared vision of a just, inclusive, and rights-based continent. We call on African states to halt regressive measures undermining established human rights protections, particularly in the areas of SRHR.
May I invite you to conclude, please?
Indeed. On behalf of the Center for Human Rights, I thank you for the opportunity to address the session and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Merci. La Commission vous remercie. J'appelle le Centre d'études sur la
Study of Violence and Reconciliation, the CSVR.
Violence and Reconciliation, I would like to extend our hearty congratulations to the newly elected chairperson and vice chairperson. Chairperson of the Commission, commissioners, representatives of member states, representatives of national human rights institutions, and colleagues in civil society. CSVR, an organization that works across Africa to prevent violence, promote healing and reconciliation, and advance human rights and transitional justice in line with the African Union's theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, advocates for a transformative approach to redressing historical and ongoing justices across the continent, and emphasizes the vital role of reparations in securing sustainable peace and justice for African communities. CSVR acknowledges that Africa's history remains marked by colonization, slavery, racial discrimination, violent conflict, and systemic exclusion. These legacies continue to surface through structural inequalities, economic injustices, and the ongoing denial of historical recognition. Properly designed transitional justice mechanisms, when implemented with meaningful participation from affected communities, can serve as pathways towards healing, accountability, and social transformation. CSVR recalls that Article 7 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights guarantees every individual the right to have their cause heard, including the right to an effective remedy. This provision forms the foundation of the right to justice, truth, and reparations. However, across the continent, many victims and survivors of both historical and ongoing violations remain excluded from these guarantees. CSVR urges the Commission to reaffirm these reparations, especially transformative reparations, are a fundamental part of the right to an effective remedy under Article 7. Transformative reparations should extend beyond compensation to address the underlying causes of violence, exclusion, and inequality, ensuring justice is administered in courts and felt within communities. Inclusive, gender transformative, and participatory reparations are essential to fully realize the promise of Article 7. CSVR calls upon the Commission to champion transformative approaches to reparations, encompassing institutional reform, access to justice, curriculum revision, and expanded civic participation. Sustainable reparations programs require comprehensive accountability frameworks that place victims at the center of design and implementation. CSVR encourages the Commission to develop normative guidance for states on victim-centered reparations, ensuring gender and disability inclusion, and addressing the differentiated experiences of women, men, and persons with disabilities. Political will remains the main obstacle to effective transitional justice. Too often, promises of reparations and accountability are merely rhetorical rather than practical. CSVR urges the Commission to use its productive mandate under Article 7 and Article 45 of the Charter to monitor state compliance with transitional justice commitments and to ensure survivors have accessible, effective avenues for redress. CSVR further welcomes the African Union's commitment to establishing a decade of reparations and urges that the principles of intergenerational equity guide this process. As rights holders under the Charter, young Africans must not inherit the consequences of unaddressed injustices. The Commission should ensure transitional justice frameworks include youth participation in reparations, design, implementation, and monitoring. CSVR also affirms the value of African transitional and cultural justice mechanisms, which can provide accessible and restorative forms of accountability. However, such mechanisms must align with Article 7's guarantee of a fair hearing and equality before the law. This ensures that traditional justice complements rather than undermines human rights standards, especially in safeguarding women, children, and other vulnerable groups. True peace in Africa requires confronting and transforming structures, perpetuating violence and exclusion. Reparations must include memorializations and guarantees of non-recurrence consistent with Article 7's right to seek redress and the Charter's emphasis on dignity, equality, and justice. To conclude, CSVR emphasizes that effective transitional justice is inherently linked to the right to justice outlined in Article 7 of the African Charter. Through ongoing engagement, political will, and survivor-centered approaches, Africa can progress towards a future where reparations are genuine actions rather than mere symbolic gestures aimed at restoring dignity, trust, and the rule of law. Thank you so much.
La Commission vous remercie et vous donne acte de votre déclaration.
Thank you and takes note of your statement. I call on Alliance Global for Communities and Health and Law, right? Are you here in the hall? I call on Forum for Women. women educators, African women educators. There are nobody in the hall. I call on Associate Delma Montero. Associate Delma Montero. You have the floor. Mr. Chair, commissioners, dear colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Government of Angola violates systematically the Abuja Declaration. It does not allocate 50% of the budget to health, and we all know 7.7% of allocation is only allocated, and there are 44 deaths, and only 30% of women covered by methods, and less than 50% of the rural population have access to health services, contrary to the information contained in the state report. This year, more than 4 million children and youths have been excluded from the educational system, and this situation affects girls and women because of corruption and the cost of transport and insecurity on the roads and harassment in. So the government also violates the protocol of Maputo Protocol. It's very. The mic. There is no protection for women with disabilities, and no protection for victims, and no integrated support for the survivors of violence. As for widows, given cultural practices, if they are harmful, they should be limited in accordance with the protocol. So the revision of the law is suspended since 2023 without any significant process. As for domestic workers, do not have access to social security, and there is no penalties on the employers of domestic workers. As workers, women victims of sexual harassment and violence, even though they exercise their activities or conduct their activities. After 4 years after the adoption of the provisions on abortion, emergencies provided for abortions are not existent. About more than 600 or 6,000 cases of abortion exist. Excellencies, statement concerning acts that took place between 26 and 30th July concern only maternal pillage, and nothing has been said about the law enforcement agent who killed Anatia Adodo. And it is the face of all the victims of the police. The government of Angola violates its commitments and adopt a passive position with regard to the protection of human rights, and persecutes defenders, and use legislative power to restrict civic space and reduce rights. And the country continues to occupy international, continental and international positions, which is totally different from what is taking place. We invite or we request commissioners to conduct fact-finding mission and strengthen ties with the civil society in order to have parallel reports to the state reports. We congratulate the new bureau and hope that their efforts will help to consolidate human rights on the continent. Thank you. Now we thank you we call on the African Center for the Treatment of Victims. I call on the Kenya Human Rights Commission. I invite the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Who are you? Who are you, please? You are taking the floor on behalf of which organization?
Of Uganda will be heading to the polls from 12 January 2026 to 9 February 2026. In each election cycle, the right to access information, the right to vote, freedom of expression, assembly and association are always put to the test. The violation and abuse of these rights has exposed many to torture, ill treatment, and its physical and psychological effects. Out of the 207 torture allegations received from 2015 to 2022, 71% of the survivors suffer psychological torture, presenting with depression, PTSD, sexual dysfunction, anxiety disorders, and suicide ideations. Key challenges. The security agencies continue to be implicated as the highest perpetrators, yet their duty is to protect, promote, and respect. Most NGOs which condemn the situation are often misunderstood as partisan or agents of imperialists. Most media houses are owned by politicians which promote biased reporting and information. The right to access information is often affected by internet shutdowns. Relatedly, this Honorable Commission has advised against this conduct in Africa through the SCHPR resolution on internet shutdowns and elections in Africa. There is limited accountability and access to justice for persons alleging torture during elections. There is also limited funding which is appropriated to vote education and civic education for the Electoral Commission and the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Key recommendations. We call upon this Honorable Commission to urge the Republic of Uganda to consider prioritizing the following actions. 1. The Electoral Commission and the Uganda Human Rights Commission should extensively be funded for a sustained voter education and civic education program. Security agencies should refrain from partisan conduct during elections and implement the Public Order Management Act in the confines of Article 44. The security agencies should be seen to facilitate the enjoyment of the right to freedom of expression as opposed to regulating the right and freedom. The Electoral Commission should take lead in prevention of election violence by developing guidelines on peaceful elections in Uganda. Last but not least, the journalists and the media should be impartial to all and expose all human rights violations and abuses investigated for relevant institutions to take account. Lastly, political parties, they should institute mechanisms that promote political dialogue and tolerance during the electoral process and provide access to professional and timely documentation. Conclusion, an open and pluralistic civic space that guarantees freedom of expression and opinion, as well as freedom of assembly and association, is a prerequisite for making development and peace sustainable. Democracy includes tolerance and respect for different opinions by all parties involved. Therefore, human rights, including the right to vote and the freedom from torture, are not privileges but inherent. Thank you for your kind attention.
La Commission vous remercie.
I would like to thank you. I call on the Kenya Human Rights Commission. They are not here. I invite the International Federation of Human Rights, FIDH, or IDFH, International Federation, Human Rights Federation, FIDH or FDH. Are you around? Yes, when you are invited, you have to indicate your presence in the hall. Mike.
We address this commission at a moment of disturbing constitutional and human rights crisis in Kenya. 3 years into President William Ruto's regime, the country is witnessing systematic state violence, institutional capture, and contempt for the rule of law. The President's State of Nation addresses have raised the blood and pain of victims of state repression. The regime has dismantled democratic guardrails. Parliament has been reduced to a rubber stamp, the judiciary battered through contempt and defiance, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions weaponized to persecute dissenters while shielding allies. Court orders are routinely ignored, unconstitutional bodies created, and repressive legislation rammed through a culture. This has enabled attempts to extend presidential term limits and restrict fundamental freedoms. The human toll is staggering. Between 2023 and 2025, state security forces killed more than 246 people. In July 2023 alone, 51 protesters were killed 5 days during demonstrations against punitive possession. Forced disappearances, abductions, torture, and arbitrary arrest have become normalized. More than 1,700 protesters, including minors, have been unlawfully arrested, and 75 face trumped-up terrorism charges. Oversight bodies, including the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Office of Control of Budget, and the Office of the Auditor General, have been systematically weakened. We are deeply concerned by credible reports implicating Safaricom PLC, Kenya's largest telecommunications provider, the Vodafone Group PLC, in alleged systemic breaches of customers' data privacy and complicity in grave human rights violations. Investigations are revealing that Safaricom granted security agencies fettered access to sensitive data, enabling surveillance and facilitating forced disappearances, renditions, and extrajudicial killings in Kenya. Such actions have life and death consequences. Civic space is also closing fast. Civicus Monitor now ranks Kenya as the best. Journalists, human rights defenders, and content creators face arbitrary arrests, abductions, and killings. Some of the most recent alarming cases include those of Martin Mavejina, Bob Njagi, and Nicholas Oyo. Mavejina, a staff member of Kenya Human Rights Commission, was illegally and extraordinarily renditioned to Uganda in June this year for his role in holding the Kenyan regime accountable for egregious violations. Whereabouts remain unknown. This authoritarian drift is compounded by deep corruption and economic mismanagement. Billions have been lost through procurement scandals in health, agriculture, housing, and infrastructure, while ordinary Kenyans face worsening poverty, mass evictions, and crumbling essential services. Several multinational corporations have been implicated in serious human rights violations, including assault, killings, and rape, despite Kenya being the first country to adopt a national action plan on business and human rights. Across Kenya, communities are also being denied their fair share of natural resources revenues, with royalties earned under the Mining Act of 2016 still unpaid 8 years after its enactment. Free, prior, and informed consent, as well as community development engagements, are intended to ensure meaningful consultation, participation, and equitable
benefit sharing. However, they remain largely unimplemented. Kenya also continues to fall short of its constitutional and international obligations to protect women and minority groups, particularly gender and sexual minorities. LGBTQ persons remain exposed to hate, discrimination, and violence with little state protection. LGBTQ organizations have been unlawfully raided or denied registration, and transgender persons continue to be denied legal gender recognition despite judicial guidance. As these violations are...
Please, your time is over. Please conclude. No, it's not possible. It's over.
So specifically, make the following recommendations, if you allow.
Oui, allez-y, très rapidement. 30 secondes.
The Kenyan Parliament must claim its independence and all retrogressive laws, and Office of the Director of Public Prosecution must end political persecution and restore prosecution integrity. Lastly but not least, the regime must extend standing invitation to the special rapporteurs and working groups and fully cooperate with their request for country visit. I thank you, Honorable Commissioners, for the opportunity to address the Commission.
La Commission vous remercie.
Commission thanks you and takes good note of your statement. I'll call on the International Federation of Human Rights or International Human Rights Federation. Cairo Institute on Human Rights Studies. You have the floor.
Institute for Human Rights Studies, and our organizations that are deeply concerned by the unprecedented deterioration of human rights in Egypt, a crisis that has reached its worst point in modern history. Peaceful critics, journalists, human rights defenders are detained under broad terrorism laws. Torture and unfair trials remain widespread, and the judiciary has been instrumentalized by the executive as a tool of repression, undermining the very notion of due process. These abuses are not isolated excesses, but part of an entrenched policy designed to maintain an autocratic system through fear and impunity. The government continues to employ widespread repression to silence any and all voices calling for accountability and an end to systemic corruption, including political opponents, human rights defenders, journalists, and ordinary citizens. The judiciary, stripped of independence, serves as an extension of the security apparatus. Military tribunals continue to prosecute civilians in violations of Egypt's international obligations. This practice, particularly alarming, are the findings recently published by the Sinai Foundation for Human Rights, which documents extrajudicial executions of detainees, including children, and the discovery of a mass grave near Al Arish, believed to contain more than 300 victims of unlawful killings carried out by army police forces in North Sinai. These acts, targeting an indigenous minority community, may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Yet, no independent investigation has ever been conducted. Families still search for their loved ones, denied even the dignity of knowing where they rest. The Egypt authorities subject thousands of foreign nationals annually to indefinite arbitrary detention for entering Egypt irregularly, without access to the asylum procedure, in an inhumane condition on military or police premises, which the UNHCR and independent rights organizations cannot access. This is a widespread failure to uphold migrants' access to basic services in the country. We urge the Commission and all African states to act in solidarity with the Egyptian people by, first, calling for the immediate release of all prisoners of conscience and those arbitrarily detained. 2, by urging Egypt to end torture, enforce disappearances and extrajudicial killings, and to ratify the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. 3, by demanding the establishment of an independent international fact-finding mission to investigate the grave violations, including those in Sinai. And 4, by pressuring for the repeal of repressive laws, notably Law 94 of 2015 on counterterrorism and Law 149 of 2019 on civil work that criminalize human rights activity. Honorable Commissioners, the African Charter binds all states to uphold the indivisibility and interdependence of human rights. Persistent and systematic violations in Egypt now engage the collective responsibility of this Commission to act. Silence in the face of mass repression would not be neutrality, it would be failure to discharge the obligation that the Charter imposes on us all. Thank you.
The Commission would like to thank you. I take the last statement, medical, independent legal. This will be the last statement. You have only 5 minutes to go. This is the final discussion.
And were violently dispersed using live ammunition, resulting in widespread deaths, injuries, and mass arrests. Civil society, journalists, and human rights defenders have faced harassment, illegal surveillance, deportations, and smear campaigns aimed at silencing dissent. Some of the emerging trends and patterns that we have recorded include excessive use of force, where security agencies responded to peaceful protests with unlawful killings, arbitrary arrests, and enforced disappearances. Law enforcement equipment has been used to torture, maim, and kill innocent Kenyans. The increasing misuse of law enforcement equipment of torture is a worrying trend, especially in light of the right to assembly and association. Inflammatory directives, for example, shoot to kill and shoot the legs orders from senior officials, emboldened police to use lethal force. Your Excellencies, IMLU has documented deaths and serious injuries as a result of gunshot wounds to the legs and other parts of the body, and therefore such remarks remain alarming. Misuse of terrorism laws, weaponization of protests, and bail and bonds that have been set at very high levels, thereby making young, innocent Kenyans be held in places of detention, with many reporting serious mental health challenges. Their crime is participating in peaceful protests. Your Excellencies, protests should never be criminalized. Systemic impunity, weak investigations, and lack of accountability by law enforcement agencies, oversight authorities, and disregard to the rule of law. We've also witnessed transnational repression, cross-border targeting of activists, human rights defenders, and CSOs. Your Honors, on the 1st of October 2025, Bob Njage and Nicholas Oyo were forcibly taken by men dressed in military and civilian clothing in a petrol station in Uganda, and to date, their whereabouts remain unknown. I want to go to the recommendations just to save on time. We are recommending the following: ensuring healing and justice, including reparations for survivors and victims' families within the constitutional mechanisms and without discrimination. We request that the Commission considers and affirms through a resolution the need to put in place a system and structure towards a torture-free trade treaty backed by Africa. Your Excellencies, it is noted that Africa exports a lot of equipments that are used for torture for her people. IMLU and other members of the Torture-Free Trade Network call upon ACHPR, the Commission, to issue a statement urging the control of exports for this equipment and fast-tracking of the treaty. Issue a statement to end misuse of terrorism laws, which is becoming a norm in Africa. Urge the government to ensure independent investigations by the oversight bodies, as well as increasing funding and independence for oversight mechanisms, including IPOA and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Urge the state to ratify the OPCAT, as well as put an end to transnational repression and curb cross-border abductions. Implore the government to create an enabling environment for youth participation in governance and human rights forums, especially given that we are moving into elections, Your Excellencies, in lots of countries in Africa, and respect the rights for assembly and association. With urgency, we request Your Excellencies to urge for the release of the two Kenyans, Bob Jage and Nicholas Oyo, currently held in Uganda. And as I end, Your Excellencies, we are hopeful that this commission will undertake a country visit to Kenya as we prepare for the upcoming elections in 2027. This will help document human rights status and support preservation of the Constitution and the rights and dignity of Kenyans. I end by stating that Kenya stands at democratic crossroads, and the documented violations expose a deepening authoritarian trend marked by violence, impunity, and repression, and needs to be curbed. I thank you.
The Commission would like to thank you and takes note of your recommendation. This final or last statement brings our agenda to its end. But before I adjourn the session, I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat for some announcements. Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for giving me the floor. Tomorrow, day 5 of the public session of the African Commission, we will start with a panel on the current human rights situation in the Sudan, and this will be followed by activity reports of the members of the Commission, specifically the activity report of the chairperson of the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and Persons with Disabilities in Africa. Thereafter, we would proceed to the consideration of state reports, starting with the state report of the Republic of Tunisia up until lunch break, and thereafter we would have the state report of the Arab Republic of Egypt. At the end of the day, between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m., we will have a panel on the African Union's theme of the year 2025 and the decade for Afro-descendants. So this is the agenda for tomorrow, 25 October 2025. I thank you, Chair.
I now adjourn the session and we will come back tomorrow at 9. Thank you.